Good morning. Good morning. 1,532 follows this morning. 1,532. Thank you, every single person, for being part of the awesome, including the Peregrine, who followed 20 hours ago. Thank you. Good morning. How are you this morning, everyone? It's a great day in the awesome. Just getting you twisted out where you belong. There we go. Make sure you got your... Make sure you're level.
Hello there.
Bam, level. Hey, good morning, Kevin. How are you today? Getting started already? It's a good day today. Scratching my face, drinking some coffee, getting ready to start the reading today. Already been out to town this morning, did some grocery shopping, got some coffee. Now I'm drinking some coffee. I'm in the med bay, given the plasma. Hey, be awesome today. Give the plasma. By the time you're done, we'll be ready to play some games. We're starting a new book today. Mortal Dictata. Yeah. Mortal Dictata, sorry. Halo's version of its 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Interesting. We'll find out about that. As a matter of fact, yeah, we'll find out about that here shortly. Good Lord. Hey, some great things happened yesterday I want to talk about. Holy shit. The Edmonton Oilers won last night in epic fashion over the Florida Panthers in the first game of the Stanley Cup. Jimmy! Hey, buddy! Anyway, I didn't get to watch it, but while I was coaching the baseball game, I had it on my phone on satellite radio. Just so, if you imagine, you walk into the dugout. So you walk onto the baseball field. I don't know if any of you know what a baseball field is. Some of you might. Yeah, let's fucking go, right? So you walk off of the baseball. So the baseball field looks like, you know, you got the diamond and the grass. And on each side of the field, first base is on this side. If you're standing at home plate, this is the right side. And then left field is this side. The third base is on the left field side. Anyway, so you have a dugout on both sides, which is this. You descend down off of the field into this space where the players sit when they're not playing. Anyway, so in the dugout is this stack of, like, what I could only say is like cubbies that are hanging on the wall. It's like they're probably this big, you know, square, and you put your lineup cards in there, your batting helmet. The batting helmet could fit in it exactly, like just, and maybe your baseball glove. It's for the players to be prepared to put their stuff in, to be prepared to go on and off the field. Anyway, in that, I stuffed my phone with the Edmonton game on, turned up about halfway, so it was just this dull roar in my ear while I'm standing at the fence with the gate closed, managing the boys at the stairs. And so I got to hear it, and that was cool. It was actually cool because the game didn't actually, the Edmonton game didn't actually end until after our baseball game concluded, so I got to hear the last little bits of it live. I wish I had seen it. I can go probably find a clip, but Edmonton 1-0 in the Stanley Cup. They have to win 4 more games to win. 4 more. No, 3 more. Sorry, 3 more. I'm going to say that they need to win 4 more, but I think it's 3 more they need to win. I should have said they're going to need to play 5 more, because they need to win 3 more. That's right. Anyway. Yeah, it's going to be crazy. They play again on Friday. And then listening while playing another game. Yeah, 100%. Like coaching my boys. Okay, check this out. Jack started on the mound last night, so we're gonna switch to baseball now. Baseball. Jack, my son, started on the mound last night. He did not do. It was not his most brilliant performance. He pitched 40 pitches ish. He started his last batter before eligibility, so we were able to pull him and have him well rested for Saturday because we're gonna need him. But we we did that, so we had him a pitch. He got a strikeout, couple of hits. He gave up. I think he gave up 1 run. He pitched an inning and a third. Not bad. We had to pull him because, again, pitch number. We have to keep track of the pitch number so that their arms are rested so they can play again. Because just like in the major leagues, pitchers have days and days of rest, recommended days rest. Ultimately, in the major leagues, the leagues protect the players now, but it wasn't uncommon when I was a kid to see somebody like Randy Johnson pitch a complete game shutout on a Tuesday night in the playoffs and then come back 2 nights later and be a closer for that same game to try to win. So it does happen. Anyway, so we pitched all our dudes. Jack, he pitched great. Second kid comes in. He pitched pretty okay. He pitched not his greatest performance, but he was okay. Third kid comes in. Pitches pretty lights out. Fourth kid comes in, finishes the game solid. So I only pitched 4 kids last night, about 1 kid per inning. We went 5 innings. I think we went 5 innings. At the top of the 4th inning, we were down 3-2. Like literally, it was that close at the top of the 4th inning. They were up 3-2. And I want to say the top. No, that might have even been the top of the 4th inning. Did I say 4th inning? Yeah, the top of the 4th inning. I think it was 3-2, or the bottom of the 4th inning. It was 3-2. And we went into the top of the 5th inning and gave up. It was like 7. I want to say it was 7-3. So our second to last guy got into some trouble and gave up a few runs. Walked a few runs in, and that was tough. And then our boys got the bats. Literally, we batted all around the lineup. And I don't normally pay attention to the score because as a coach, I don't care what the score is for these kids. I do. I don't want to. I care about winning, and I want my boys to win. But during the game, at this age, I don't focus on that shit at all. And I tell them, they'll ask me, "Hey, coach, what's the score?" Don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Don't know? If there's a benefit of a scoreboard out in the field, then I'm like, look at the scoreboard, but I'm pretty sure it's wrong. I always tell them, I'm pretty sure it's wrong. And I know I have one of the parents who keeps the home scorebook, so I know what the score is. I could just go ask, but I 100% don't tell the boys. I'm like, it does not matter until the game is over. And I know that they're paying attention anyway, but I'm trying to limit the stress on them because at this level, they need to play and they need to think about the game. They need to focus. These kids need to focus on the baseball, not on what the score is. And so, hell, we batted around the order and we beat them. I want to say we beat them 7-5. They let them get the last out. Technically, they could have started another inning. It was right on the 2-hour and 30-minute line, but it was getting dark and we had played 5 innings. So they were like, game. So we won that game and we came back to win it. And we played good what felt like good real baseball for the first time. Like, you know, we won that other game and we really batted that other game and we won and it was like 20 to whatever, 20 to 7 or something. But we didn't really play baseball that day. We sort of pretended to play baseball. Our boys last night, we didn't throw the ball around. We didn't make absolutely terrible decisions in the infield. We were communicating with each other. The one takeaway from yesterday that I had trouble with was that my boys got a warning from the field umpire. That's we have a umpire that sits behind home plate, and then an umpire that umpires in the field, and he roams between first and third base. And at this level, we're lucky to have 2. In tournaments, we'll get 4. We'll get a umpire at each base and then an umpire behind home plate. But at this level for normal games, we're lucky to have 2. And he came over and he told the boys, he was like, "Boys, your language is really foul, and I don't like it. I don't want to hear it." You know, because they cuss. These kids at 14 and 15 have mouths like sailors, like the sailors that I was sailing with, which is crazy to me. And I don't always get them to. They don't always respect it when I tell them that they can't say that shit on the baseball field. So the umpire came over and gave them a pretty good rattling and threatened to throw me out of the game. And then my boys were pretty better for the rest of the night. I did not get a chance to thank that umpire for his game, but yeah, no, we did. We came back and we won. It was the second win of the season. It was a good hard fought, well earned win. And my assistant coach looked at me and said, he looked at me at the end of the game and he was like, "Congratulations, John." He's like, you earned it. Look, we turned, you know, and we felt like we finally turned this team around. Like we had a baseball team now. And I mean, there's a couple of kids that still need work, but I wish that I had what I have now had come to me at the beginning of the season, because now it's starting to make sense. You know, we've been to some baseball games with these kids, like minor league baseball games. We went to Cheney Stadium last week and watched a game as a team together after our doubleheader that we lost. And you know, I'm sitting here next to my son and three or four of the better baseball players on the team, and we're watching the game, and I'm looking at them and I'm going, "Hey boys, did you see what happened right there?" And my wife is sitting here between me and the boys, and she is just looking at me like, "All right, really? You're gonna be like that at the game tonight?" And I'm like, "Babe, I got an entire baseball team full of kids here." And yeah, 10 times worse in a way. Yeah, you couldn't swear in school when I was in school. Like if you said shit in class, you went to the principal's office. Like still. Like there was no tolerance for that. And these kids are like, you know, "Fuck you, bro. The umpire's a fucking bitch because he calls strikes that I don't think are strikes." And I'm like, "Hey, that's not cool. We respect the umpire here." It's tough. It's tough. And you can't just make them run laps. They'll quit. This team this team will quit. They won't run. They'll just quit on me. I don't know. It's been a challenging year. I was always told never to swear in front of anyone 25 years older than me. Which, funnily enough, does not include my mother. Yeah, you shouldn't swear in front of your mother either. But, yeah, no, it's anyway, it was like that. So, on the whole, it was a great win. The team, our kids that struggle did well yesterday. My favorite part is we're going to play this same team on Saturday for a doubleheader to finish the season. So my goal right now is to win one of the 2 games, and I will be happy. We will not have won out, but we will have won 2 games out of 3 at the end of the season. And that is progress. That is like, hey guys, look, it took us all year to get here. We had to lose 11 or 12 games to figure it out. But now we're a team and we're talking as a team and we're playing baseball. And that was my biggest takeaway from yesterday, was my kids actually just played baseball. It was amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Again, couldn't have been any more happy to make ball player and respectable ones to boot. Yeah, no, it was a big deal. Like, even the parents, like, were just like,
Hello there.
you know, the parents were like, we're finally playing baseball. Holy shit. Hey, Nikki. And that's huge. That's a huge win for me, because the effort and the investment, and then to see these boys finally get there at the end, because I was really worried that we weren't, the longer this season went, in no improvement or little improvement. And it just, and I think the boys saw me. I canceled a practice, or I didn't cancel a practice. I shortened a practice one day because I didn't feel well, and I was out there just gritting it out and playing. I hope your face feels okay today. Please enjoy the reading, which will start here in a moment. Anyway, yeah, it just kind of like that, you know, to finally reach a place where we played real baseball and we came back and won a game. And that team had dudes on it too. That team could have crushed us, and no, it was baseball. It was really awesome. I can't wait for Saturday. It's the last 2 games of the season. I have to schedule and figure out. Sweet. I'll have to schedule and figure out with my parents the end of the season party, and I need to get something ordered for the kids. But yeah, baseball was good. It was a good day of baseball. The Mariners lost last night. I don't know. We're not getting production out of the bottom of the order like we did in May and April, and now, or April and some of May, and now we're into June, and we're cold. It's okay. Hopefully we'll make a trade and figure it out. There's a couple of teams out there that are selling some pretty good dudes that are cheap. More to come. 2 of our pitchers are struggling right now too, which is unusual. We got a couple of guys coming back from injury soon, hopefully, so maybe that'll help. Anyway, that's the Mariners. We talked about sports today. Yay! All right, we're gonna start a new book. Here it is. It's Mortal Dictata. Mortal Dictata. I like the girl in the red dress. It's the end of the Karen Travis novels. I'll read you the back cover. It says 2553. With the 30-year-long Covenant War finally over, the Office of Naval Intelligence faces old grievances rising again to threaten Earth. Angry and bitter colonists, still wanting to settle scores from an insurrection put on hold for 3 decades, crave justice. As does a man whose life was torn apart by Oni when his young daughter was abducted for the Spartan 2 program. Black Ops Squad Kilo 5 finds its collective loyalty tested beyond the breaking point when the father of their Spartan comrade, still searching for the truth about her disappearance, prepares to glass Earth's cities to get his answers. How far will Kilo 5 go to stop him? And will he be able to live with the truth when he finds it? The painful answer lies with someone long dead and a conscience that still survives in the most unlikely, undiscovered place. Anyway, that's the back cover. Here's the book. And, yeah, I have no idea which book we're going to read after this, but we're going to finish this book and find out what happens to this wonderful cast of characters that we've been introduced to. And I'm excited. I'm excited about it. I hope you are too. I'm just wearing my Mariners gear because the Mariners play early today, and They need every ounce of, like, love that I can give them, I feel like. Because we need to win. I want them to win. I want them to win the pennant. They're 50 years old, the Mariners are, I think, this year, give or take. And goddamn it, it'd be nice. And the Book Daddy Cup is full of the good coffee. All right, here we go. For everybody that's new, here's the Enterprise. This is the bookmark. It's my favorite bookmark. It's the spaceship. We always show it because someday we're going to edit this shit out, or we're going to pay somebody, or somebody's kid is going to try. And that's cool too. Anyway, we're really excited about all the things, but one day we're going to have these where we can cut these up into just the book parts for you to listen to over and over and over as much as you would like. So anyway, with that being said, let's read the book. Let's read the book. All right, let's get you guys turned. So there you go. You can see my snacks. Oh well. Here we go. Mortal Dictata by Karen Travis with 2 S's. That's the Swish is new. Prologue. New Tyne, Venezia, March 2553. My name is Staffan Senska, and I never planned to be a terrorist. It's not the kind of life you aspire to. It was simply what I had to do. Terrorism is Earth's word for it. A moral judgment. As if your warfare is somehow noble and mine's cowardly. But it's a unit of measurement, nothing more and nothing less. When your enemy is an empire, and you're just a few guys, a handful of little people, then the biggest punch you can land is called terrorism. That's all you've got. Like I said, it's a measure of magnitude, not morality. And I'm really particular about measurements. I used to work in a machine shop in Allstad before Sansar was glassed by the Covenant. And I still like to make things to keep my skills fresh. Here, what do you guys think of this? It's a scale replica of an 18th century Gustavian dining chair. I'm making a dollhouse for Kirsten. Edvin says I'm spoiling her, but what else is a granddad for? I'd give anything to be able to spoil Naomi again. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about her. She'd be nearly 42 now. Well past the age for doll houses, but still my little girl. Anyway, I need to finish this chair before dinner. I used a set of dental drills for the small details. The upholstery's the hardest thing. Getting the right fabric so that the stripes are to scale. If I can't make something myself, then I can acquire what I need, because I know the people who can get me pretty well anything. A scrap of satin brocade, a birch plank, even tiny brass pins. Or a Sangheili warship. I can even get one of those too. I think I've got one now, but I have to see Sovfell again to iron out some details. Earth thinks it's back in business now the Covenant's collapsed. It won't be long before it tries to stick its nose into our business again. We need to be ready. And what better time to prepare than when the black market's awash with weapons and ships? When empires fall, there's always a fire sale. For the moment, though, I'm making dollhouses and dollhouse furniture, not arming Venezia. The workshop door opens behind me. This is the only place I'd ever sit with my back to the door. But then I know everyone who comes and goes in my own home. She's going to love that, Edwin says, peering over my shoulder. Is it a set? I've still got to make the matching table. Nice work, Dad. I wish I had your patience. Oh yes, patience. I've got it in spades. When you have to wait for answers, for revenge, for justice, you can learn to wait as long as it takes. I was 40 when Edvin was born, and Hedda came along 2 years later. This is my second family and my second home world. I had a wife and a daughter on Sansar, but it wasn't the Covenant that took them from me. It was my own kind, humans. Maybe it was the colonial government, or maybe it was Earth, but it was human nonetheless. And that's how I ended up as a terrorist. That's your word for it, remember? Not mine. I bet there are UNSC personnel out there right now doing exactly what I'm doing. I use any means necessary, so I can't object if my enemy does the same thing. Rules of engagement are just cynical games for politicians to play. It's a war. People get killed. There's no way you can make that look reasonable. So did you visit your sister today? I asked Edvin. I know what's coming next. What she's made me this time. She sent you some surströmming. She says it'll do you good. God almighty, you've not brought it in here, have you? No, take it easy. I've set up a cordon around it. Good. Otherwise, I'll have to have this place fumigated. Mom says you'd say that. Just pretend it was yummy, will you? For Hedda. You can have it. Just take it outside the city limits before you open it. I'm not much of a Swede at heart. I don't even like pickled herring, let alone the fermented variety. And anyway, we don't have herring on Venezia. Just some oily eel-type thing that's even worse when it's been turned into surströmming. Hedda, on the other hand, clings to her diluted heritage more fiercely every year, even though she's never even seen Earth, let alone Sweden. Cultures can get pretty warped in diaspora, Diaspora. They become weird fossilized parodies of themselves that seem to distill their worst features. But I'm afraid Hedda's like me. She focuses, and then she can't see anything else to either side. Edvin takes after Laura. He lets things wash over him. But they both know they had a half-sister who was abducted. And that when she came back, she was different. And then she got sick and died. They know I think the government took her and replaced her with a double. You think I'm crazy? Everyone did, even me for a while. But then I started looking, and I found a few other families out in the colonies who'd lost children the same way. The kids would go missing, then come back a little bit later, a little different, and then finally went down with multiple organ failure or some metabolic diseases. So either we're all mad, or something awful was going on long before the Covenant showed up. A few dead kids aren't even a drop in the ocean considering the billions who died in successive wars, but there are kids. 35 years doesn't even begin to numb the pain. I still need to find out what happened to Naomi and why, before I die. I want to know. Damn, it's getting late. I need to finish this and call Sav Fel. It sounds too good to be true, but if he's got a warship to sell, he's come to the right place. Imagine it. He just strolled off with a vessel that can glass an entire planet. Would you trust a Kigyar crew to look after your battlecruiser? The Sangheili took their eye off the ball. Never turn your back on someone you've screwed over. You might want to make notice of that. I smooth the tiny legs of the chair with an emery board, then blow the sawdust off. It's as fine as flour. It's going to look great when it's finished. Edvin laughs to himself. If your buddies could see you right now. Yeah, they say Peter Moritz knits. He's a real hard case. You want me to go check out that new shipment? No, it's okay. I'll be finished soon. You've got a living to make. What? You think terrorists sit around scheming and playing with firearms all day? We've got factories to run, food to grow, families to raise. We're pretty much like you. This is our home. We have a functioning society, and the covenant never bothered us. We do okay. Leave us alone, and we'll leave you alone. I've got time to put a coat of primer on the chair before I leave. This is one of my many regrets. I never did get around to making a dollhouse for Naomi. She really wanted one. I planned to make one when I had more time. She was such a bright and happy kid, always out exploring, always with lots of friends around her, which makes it even harder to understand how nobody saw her being taken. I want to believe she's still alive. She might not know. I survived. And that's why she hasn't come looking for me. Maybe she doesn't know who she really is. They say that happens to kidnapped kids. But if she's still out there somewhere, I hope she's among friends. There. It's finished. It's a lovely little chair. But now I've got to go. And talk to a buzzard about a warship. Chapter 1. Oni Spec Ops AI Black Box. Recording 4/5/2553. Partition security failsafe activated. I don't actually need to record any of this, but my memory isn't what it was. Let me put that another way. I recognize its potential fallibility after that unpleasant business of reintegrating my damaged fragment. Not that I misremember, lie to myself, or acquire false memories like humans do. I might have missing segments and damaged clusters, but what I actually recall is real, and it doesn't change or get overwritten. So, reminder to self, memory gaps hurt. A preview of death by rampancy. Second reminder to self, yes, I'm reminding myself to remind myself, because Mal says, the best way to stop worrying about your inevitable demise is to dwell on it morbidly until you're bored of it and forget about it. Anyway, I'm securing this data so that it can't be retrieved by hostiles if I find myself in the same pickle again. My name is Black Box, generally called BB. I work for Captain Saren Osman of Oni, who would have been a Spartan 2 now if the program hadn't nearly killed her. And I serve with her personal Black Ops unit, Kilo 5, Sangheili Cultural Expert Professor Ethan Phillips, ODST, Marine Staff Sergeant Mal Geffen, Corporal Vasily Beloy, and Sergeant Leon Devereaux, and a Spartan 2, Naomi 010. We also have 2 Huragok on board, requires adjustment, aka Adge, and leaks repaired, known as leaks. We've been covertly supplying arms to the Sangheili rebels to keep a civil war with the Arbiter on a steady simmer. Because all of this time, they're busy killing each other, they're not regrouping to kill humans. They're a tad disorganized since the collapse of the Covenant. Jobbed, as Mal would say. And the rebels have misplaced a battlecruiser. Like everything else, it'll end up in the wrong hands unless we go and retrieve it or blow it up. I'm easy. There's also the added complication of Naomi's father showing up on Venezia. I suppose it was inevitable that the ugly past of the Spartan program would come back to bite us one day. Vaz and Naomi are on Venezia now undercover. This will not end well. But now I have to go bake a cake. I just need to enlist some organic meat bags have their issues and uses. They have hands, and I admit it, some of them are my friends. End recording. Alstad Sansar, Outer Colonies, September 10, 2517. Honey, where's Naomi? Stefan Setska hung up his jacket and looked for his daughter's satchel and coat on the hook halfway up the wall, set as high as the 6-year-old could reach it, if the bus hadn't dropped her off yet. He still had time to sneak the box into his workshop. It was 5 days to her birthday. She was already keeping an eye on everything he did with the unblinking vigilance of a security guard. Lena wandered into the hall, wiping her hands with a dishcloth. Music practice, remember, she said she won't be back until 5. You think she's a bit young for all of these extra classes? If you think she's old enough to go to school on her own, okay, you win this round. So did you get it? Yeah. Stefan put the box on the kitchen table, pleased with himself both for finding such a uniquely Naomi kind of gift and for the overtime he'd had to work to buy it. It was a mini planetarium the size of a table lamp. I'll bet she can name all of the stars. You can get different discs to show the northern and southern hemispheres, even views from other planets. Lena opened the box and lifted out the projector. At least she won't think it's a dollhouse before she opens it. She had to move the toaster to plug the lamp into the wall socket. Too small? You think she'll be disappointed? Lena flicked the switch. Sansar's night sky came to life in the kitchen as constellations began tracking slowly across the walls and ceiling. Naomi would love it. She could leave the projector running all night if she wanted to. It was a grown-up kind of nightlight for a smart girl who was sometimes still afraid of the dark. No, she'll forget all about the doll's house as soon as she sees this, Lena said. A slow smile spread across her face as her gaze flickered from star to star. It's pretty magical, isn't it? You changed the colors. Stefan turned a dial on the side. Look, there's even a rainbow setting. And you can zoom in on the individual stars and planets. Look. He pressed a key, and a blue-green planetary disk sprang out of the heavens, just like landing on Reach. Okay, let's wrap it and put it away before she gets home. Stefan rummaged in the kitchen for some scissors and tape, and noticed that the collection of tiny handmade furniture on the shelf had grown an extra chair. Ever since Naomi had spotted the dollhouse in an expensive toy store in New Stockholm, no daddy, I want, no wielding, just the rapt look on her face when she saw it. She'd been collecting all kinds of scraps and spent hours cutting and gluing them to make furniture. There was a table, a bed, and now a dining suite. Stefan picked up one of the fragile chairs and studied it with his own craftsman's eye, marveling at how square the angles were and how neat the glued joints. Pride overwhelmed him for a moment. Naomi would be 6 in a few days. She shouldn't have had that level of dexterity or precision. Average 6-year-olds were struggling with joined-up writing, while his daughter was measuring angles and working with scale. Every parent thought their child was uniquely perfect, but Stefan knew the difference between fond delusion and the realization that Naomi was a gifted child. A few months ago, an educational psychologist from the Colonial Administration Authority had visited the school to carry out battery tests on her class, and Naomi's teacher had told Stefan and Lena what they already knew, 1 in a million, maybe 1 in a billion. He just hoped that a small colony world like Sansar would have enough to offer her when she grew up. It was funny that she was so taken with the dollhouse. She didn't even like dolls. She wasn't interested in being a princess either. There was something about the detail of the house, the creation of the separate world, that seemed to absorb her. Stefan turned the miniature chair over in his fingers. The cushion fell off. He swore under his breath and took it out to his workshop. He'd stick it together again and hope she doesn't notice. But she never missed a thing. A dab of wood glue put on the tiny cushion and the fingertip of the knitted glove back in place. There, good as new. Then he wrapped the planetarium projector in a red and white striped paper that he'd sneaked into the house last week. He'd have to lock it away somewhere. Naomi had a lot of self-control for a small girl, but she was a very curious child, always busy searching for something to do or something to make. He parted the blinds with his fingers to look across the yard. It was getting dark now. She'd be home soon. He did the parcel in his rifle locker. He hid the parcel in his rifle locker and went back inside the house. Where's she gotten to? Lena stirred a pot on the stove. I just called the school. They were running late. She's on the bus now. So make it 10 minutes. Stefan wanted to wrap his daughter in cotton wool. But if he did, then she'd grow up afraid of everything. She was smart enough to catch the right bus and not talk to strangers. She had a watch, a proper adult one, not some glittery pink toy. And the drivers kept an eye on the kids and old folks anyway. Lena didn't approve. It was one battle that Stefan had won. He worried all the same. Dads couldn't help themselves. And then before I knew it, there will be parties and dating and all that to fret about. While he watched TV, he could hear Lena walking back and forth between the kitchen and the hall. Then the front door opened. He expected to hear Naomi's voice, but the door closed after a few seconds, and Lena came into the living room, pulling on her coat. I'm going to walk to the bus stop, she said. I don't want her wandering around in the dark. Which wouldn't have happened if you'd let me pick her up. Stefan checked his watch. Damn, it had been nearly half an hour since Lena had called the school. There was probably a perfectly good explanation. Honey, you know, she likes to feel grown up. She's not an idiot. I know, but she's 5. 6. I'm going to keep an eye on the stove. Stefan fretted for a few moments, trying to work out if this was dad worry or rational anxiety. Naomi wasn't the kind of kid to wander off or lose track of time. Okay, he'd do some more overtime and get her own phone. That would keep Lena happy. He opened the front door to take a look. The bus stop wasn't that far. He could see the string of streetlights dotted along the road in the distance and the silhouette of the climbing frames and swings at the park. He expected to see Lena and Naomi walking back across the grass, but there was just Lena, and she was running. Oh God, no. Some things were instantly understood. In the moments it took to close the distance between them, Stefan had thought 100 terrified, stomach-churning thoughts. And perverts, road accidents, pawns, and God, I should have never let her go on her own. I shouldn't. He ran down the drive. Lena almost cannoned into him and grabbed his arm, wide-eyed and distraught. She's gone, he called the depot. Stefan couldn't hardly breathe. Whoa, slow down. Who? The bus driver. He just called the other driver, the one on the earlier bus. He said she got off a stop early. She just got off the bus. I told you she was too young. Then she's just walking a bit further, nothing to worry about. It was a lie and Stefan knew it. There was everything to worry about. His heart pounded. He thought immediately of his neighbors, trying to work out which of them had always seemed a bit odd. Everyone warned kids about strangers, but forgot to mention it was the people that they knew and trusted who were the biggest danger. Did I do that? Did I teach her to be too trusting? Is this my fault? Staffen fumbled in his pockets for his keys. I'll drive back down the route. I'll find her. You stay here in case she's taken a shortcut. Lena was shaking. He said she's done it before. This is your fault. Yeah, I knew it would be. If anything else happens to her, I'll never forgive you. Jesus Christ, Lena. This isn't the time, okay? Stay here. She'll probably be back before I am. He backed the car out of the drive and headed for the main road. Naomi would have been home by now if she'd walked that distance. Please be all right, sweetie. Please, God. God, if you're there at all, if you're listening, you haven't done a whole lot for my family. So maybe now would be a good time to show yourself and let her be okay. Please. He drove along the bus route back to the school, now shuttered in darkness, before looping around to scan both sides of the road. He didn't even pass anyone walking. Maybe she'd taken a shortcut through new houses that were springing up in the west of the park. He doubled back and turned into the tract. Or maybe she cut through a construction site. Staffen slowed to a crawl to press the receiver to his ear and call Lena, but the number was busy. She was probably ringing around Naomi's friends' moms to see if she was with any of them. Which direction would Naomi have taken? He drove around every possible permutation of roads he could think of, but he knew damn well that she would have been long gone if she'd actually walked through here. So I'm looking for a body, am I? Is this what I'm doing? He could hardly bear to listen to his own thoughts. He headed home and turned into the drive, willing Naomi to be back, in need of something more than a talking to about just staying on the bus and not scaring mom and dad, followed by being escorted to and from school for the next several weeks. But Lena wasn't standing in the front door, eyes glassy and ushed with tears. Nothing, she said. He wasn't sure if it was a statement or a question. Well? Everyone's calling the neighbors. They're going to search for her. I've called the police. They're putting out alerts. I'm going back out then. For no good reason. Staffen was suddenly grateful that his mother was days out of communication, and Lena's folks hadn't spoken to him or her in several years. It was one less set of explanations and recriminations to think about. Someone's got to organize this. How could she go missing between a couple of bus stops? It was a stupid question because the answer was both obvious and terrifying. He wished he hadn't said it. As he checked the map of the area on his datapad, he was still thinking about the lists of everyone he knew in the village, trying to work out which one was the pervert that he'd never suspected. Naomi would never have gone with a stranger. Or, she's lying in a ditch hurt, or worse. I've got to look for her, Lena said. No, stay put. Someone's got to be here to talk to the cops. Staffen already covered all of the roads he could think of. The places he hadn't searched, the construction site, the stream, the farm, were the kind of hazard-ridden places where kids were found dead. In less than 2 hours, he'd gone from worrying if Naomi would be disappointed by her birthday present to not knowing if he'd ever see her again. Lena stood with one hand to her mouth, tearful and accusing at the same time, while he rang friends and tried to coordinate the search. Allstad was a small place. All the kids who went to Naomi's school were from 3 villages in an 8-kilometer radius. This wasn't like a big city where a kid could just vanish in seconds. But we don't have all the street cameras that a big city would have either. Someone hammered on the front door. Lena rushed to answer it, but it wasn't the police. 20 or more neighbors, including a couple with dogs and night hunting scopes, stood outside clutching flashlights and looking grim. It seemed like the entire village had turned out in a matter of minutes. We'll find her, staff, said Jacob. He was the district councilman, the kind of guy who always stepped up with a plan. She's only been gone a few hours. She can't get far. They've got cams on all the buses. It was just comforting noise. If she'd been taken by someone in a car, that meant nothing. She could be anywhere by now, unseen and unheard. Stefan gave Lena a reassuring hug, the best one he could manage. "Call me if you hear anything," he said, as if it needed saying. "I'll keep my line clear." Jacob took over, as if he knew Stefan was now going in circles and needed steering. He'd already divided everyone into teams and given them areas to search. The sheds and slurry pit at the dairy farm north of the main road, the construction site, and the park. Others were tasked to go door to door, asking people to look in their sheds and outhouses. Nobody suggested waiting for the police. Stefan felt useless. He wasn't sure what the dogs would be able to achieve, but everything was worth trying. Every minute that passed became the worst minute of his life, a steady downward path. The construction site was a list of fatal accidents waiting to befall a kid, from the holes full of water to the stacks of building materials that could fall and crush the unwary. She wouldn't come in here voluntarily. Stefan poked a long piece of wood, battened, into a water-filled trench. Reflections of the security lights danced on the surface. "I know my daughter." While they were dragging the ditches, the construction manager showed up with a half a dozen guys and started opening every storage hut and locked door, working through half-built houses with no floors and stairs. When the search party drew a blank on the site, they moved out to the occupied houses. With every door that opened, someone offered to join the search. Even strangers cared for what happened to the little girl. Stefan's phone rang a while later, showing 20:05 on the screen. He realized he completely lost track of the time. His heart beat, and the strangled sound of his own breathing almost drowned out Lena's voice. "I gave the police one of her blouses from the laundry basket," Lena said, "for the canine unit. They've called in a Pelican with thermal imaging to scan the ground." "Yeah, well, we're going to carry on anyway," Stefan said. "Thermal imaging. That meant they thought she was alive. That was a good sign, wasn't it?" He clung to the belief like a life belt. "We've got half of the village out here now. We'll find her, I promise." Stefan went back to sit in the car for a few minutes and check the local news, just to be sure something was being broadcast and they'd gotten the details right. He didn't catch anything on the radio, but his datapad showed an appeal for sightings on the local news site, complete with a picture of Naomi. A police car with a flashing light bar showed up to a stop alongside him. The driver got out and Stefan lowered the window. "Have you found her?" Stefan asked. "Not yet, sir." The cop's comms unit was blaring quietly on his lapel like a second conversation in the background. "The dog's tracking right now, and we've got the bus's security footage, so we know that she got off at..." "Yeah, we knew that was hours ago." "Lost? Look, most kids usually turn up again safe and sound. Sometimes they forget the time and go playing somewhere, and then they get scared, too scared to face the music for being late." "Yeah, but not Naomi," Stefan said. "Not my daughter." He drove back to the bus stop and sat, watching the police dog and its handler. The dog was wandering back and forth on a long leash about 50 meters from the road. In the distance, flashlight beams crossed and wobbled between trees as people searched the woods. Stefan decided he'd had enough and went to talk to the dog handler. He stopped on a paved path. "What's the dog found? I'm her father. I want to know." "He's picked up a trail from the bus stop, sir, but it doesn't go very far." The handler nodded in the dog's direction. "Let's not jump to conclusions. It might not be the right one." Stefan wasn't stupid, and he knew the dog wasn't either. The trail ended abruptly, a distance from the road, because someone had lifted Naomi off the ground at that point. It was the only explanation. She'd been taken, Stefan said. The words were strange and distant, completely unreal. "Some bastard snatched my little girl, and you know it." In 3 hours, Naomi could have been a long way from Allstad. Or dead. Stefan had no idea what to do next, except not stand here talking to for a second longer. He got back into his car and just drove blindly. He should have been home with Lena, but he felt helpless, useless, and guilty. He had to do something or go crazy. Lena was right. He should never have let a 6-year-old out on her own like that. He headed for New Stockholm, praying one minute and swearing the next, cruising the streets while he scanned pedestrians and every single car that passed. There was no reason to think anyone would have brought Naomi here, but he didn't have any better ideas. It wasn't until his phone bleeped again that he snapped out of it and accepted this was all random and pointless. "Come home," Lena said. "I can't stand everyone calling to tell me that it's going to be all right." It was nearly midnight. It was shocking how much life could change in just a matter of hours. I could have just driven to the school and picked her up. Why the hell did she get off the bus early? When he got home, there was neighbors' cars still parked in the road outside, but Lena was alone, sitting in the kitchen with her arms folded at the table. She had her radio and TV on at the same time. The competing audio streams merged into a quiet babble in the background. She looked like she'd been crying. Staffen waited for what ifs and if onlys. "I'm sorry, sweetheart," he said. "I'm so sorry. But we'll find her. She just can't disappear like this." But they do, don't they? Lena had that look on her face, the one that stopped short of saying, "This is all your fault." He didn't need reminding. You only gotta watch the news. Staffen knew he wouldn't get through the next hour if he let himself think like that. He'd expected to find himself crying and pacing the floors, but he and Lena just sat at the kitchen table, not talking, not looking at each other, just fending off sporadic knocks at the door from well-meaning neighbors. The police called pretty well on the hour, but they had no more news. "I should go out again," Staffen said. "It'll be light in a few hours." His eyes kept closing. How could he be tired at a time like this? "I really should." Lena poured a pot of cold coffee down the drain. "I'll go. You stay here." "You sure?" "I've done all the sitting and waiting I'm gonna do." She took the keys. "She's out there. I know she is, and I refuse to believe she's gone. Don't you dare tell me she is." "Okay, honey, I know. I know." Staffen hadn't expected himself to be more than this somehow. More decisive, more logical, more grief-stricken, more angry. He felt like he was bargaining with fate. If he didn't actually say the words, or think the worst, then it wouldn't happen. Naomi was still alive and he'd see her again. Repeating that mantra was the only way to cope with this unthinkable. He switched to another TV channel and rested his head on his hands, trying to think of something that he'd overlooked. Had anyone rung around the hospitals? Maybe she'd been hit by a car and they couldn't ID her. Maybe. This is crazy. His head started to buzz. He closed his eyes for just a moment. The phone rang and woke him. He hadn't even realized he'd fallen asleep at the table. Lena was back. She stood with the handset pressed to her ear, sobbing. "Are you sure? Are you sure? Oh, thank God." Staffen jumped to his feet, heartbeat pounding, trying to listen in on the call. Lena put the phone down and cupped her hands over her mouth, eyes tight shut. "Jesus, honey, just tell me. They found her. She's okay. They've taken her to the hospital to check her over." The relief was so powerful that his legs almost buckled. "Where?" He looked at the clock on the wall, and it was just before 6 in the morning. Was he really awake? Yes, he was. The nightmare was over. God damn it. You should have let me talk to them. She's okay. Come on, let's go. Who took her? What did they do to her? Staffen's dread was already giving way to panic and anger. "I swear I'll kill the bastard if he laid a finger on her. They said she's fine and she's safe. Come on. What the hell happened? Where was she? 5 clicks southwest of Stockholm, Lena said. She was sitting at a bus stop. A bus driver stopped to check on her, and she asked him to help her find her way home. That was an hour or so from Alstad. What was she doing out there? No idea. She can't remember. She didn't show up on any other bus cams, so they'll want to talk to her again later. She certainly didn't walk there on her own. Staffen had to search for his keys. He realized he hadn't called the factory to let them know he'd be late either. Well, too bad. He struggled to keep his mind on the road while he tried to make sense of what he knew. I don't believe it. 6 in the goddamn morning. Nobody notices a kid out on her own all night. Somebody did spot her eventually. But where was she for the rest of the time? She was gone for 12 hours. She couldn't have done that on her own. What were the goddamn cops doing? They couldn't even find her with a dog and a dropship? Useless assholes. Lena held up her hands to silence him. Look, we'll find out later. All that matters is that she's alive and she's coming home. Just stop this, please. Staffen hardly dared to say it, but Lena had to be thinking it as well. I swear if anyone's touched her, I'm going to find him and cut off his balls. Because all he'll get from the judge is a rap across the knuckles and his own personal social worker too. Staffen, please don't. Why aren't they telling us what happened? Because they don't know. For Christ's sake, just stop. It's confirmed the worst for him. Naomi was probably too traumatized to speak. When they got to the hospital, they had to wait with a woman police officer for the best part of an hour before the doctors were ready to let them see Naomi. Staffen braced himself. When he and Lena were shown into the private room, Naomi was sitting cross-legged on a metal frame bed, hands folded in her lap, still wearing her bright red dress and blue jacket. She looked more baffled than terrified. Lena grabbed her and crushed her in a tearful hug. Staffen had to wait to get a look in. When he cuddled Naomi, she looked at him blankly for a second, as if she was working out who he was. But then she smiled. It worried him. Maybe they'd sedated her. Wow, you're away with the fairies, aren't you, baby? He said. What did they give you? Breakfast, she said. I had eggs. Staffen looked at the doctor. Have you given her any drugs? She seems pretty spacey. The doctor shrugged. He had no way of knowing what was normal Naomi. This wasn't. No sedation, he said. She wasn't agitated, and she has no injuries at all, which is odd, given that she can't remember how she got to the bus stop. Has she ever had seizures or blackouts before? No seizures. My little girl? She's perfectly healthy. Lord knows she's had enough medical examinations in school this last year. They'd have spotted anything odd. Look, when you say no injuries, no, she hasn't been molested, if that's what you're asking. We do check in these cases. It was a massive relief. Staffen found himself breathing normally for the first time in what felt like forever. Well, she's never had fits? Are you sure she wasn't drugged by whoever took her? We've run a tox screen and it's all clear so far. And nothing on the brain scan. She just doesn't remember anything before she arrived at the bus stop, let alone anyone taking her. And she still seems disoriented. The doctor ruffled Naomi's hair and gave her a big smile. But you ate a pretty good breakfast, didn't you, puppet? Where are all the other doctors? Naomi asked. There were always more than this. That made no sense at all. Staffen glanced at Lena. She looked worried too. Just when he thought it would be enough to have Naomi back alive, it looked like they had a brand new problem. Keep an eye on her for the next few days, the doctor said. I'll refer her to a consultant neurologist. It's the memory loss that concerns me. She might just be scared of a telling off, but let's err on the side of caution. Staffen carried Naomi to the car and put her in the back seat. She was still clutching her satchel. He watched her for a moment, desperate to see some hint of the normal Naomi. But maybe that was asking too much. So he opened the satchel and looked inside as if she wasn't sure what was in there. Lena drove while he sat in the back holding Naomi's hand. It was more for his benefit than for hers. No school for a few days, sweetie, Lena said. You've had a nasty fright, that's all. Staffen didn't think that Naomi would ever be too scared to tell him anything. But there was always a first time. Maybe the doctor was right. Maybe she'd behaved like a little girl for a change instead of a child prodigy. We're not angry with you, baby, he said. But did you go into town and look at the dollhouse again? Naomi gazed up at him baffled. What dollhouse? Doesn't matter. That was weird. She couldn't have forgotten it already. I got you something even better for your birthday. Okay. That's all she said was okay. Staffen was really scared now. There was something wrong. When they got home, he tucked her up in a blanket on the sofa and sat watching her for the rest of the day, frightened to take his eyes off of her. Whatever had happened, she was a lot quieter than normal. When she got up to go to the bathroom, she stood in the hallway for a moment, as if she was working out where it was. And Lena had to lead her upstairs. When she came back and started reading her book, she turned it over from time to time to frown at the cover. And she didn't finish her favorite sandwich, crustless triangles filled with mashed egg, dill, and mayonnaise. Lena put her to bed early, and she didn't beg for a few more minutes to finish the chapter. She didn't do anything that she usually did. Weird and wrong. Yeah, I think she's ill, Lena said, folding the blanket. Whatever the doctor said, she's sickening for something. Flu, maybe. I hope that's all it is. Lena just looked at him, arms folded. And we'll keep a closer eye on her, because Naomi or not, we nearly lost her. She'll grow up fast enough. Until we know exactly what happened, she isn't going anywhere on her own again. Okay? Okay. It was strange now Naomi had forgotten all about the dollhouse. Some kids had a different fad every day, but once Naomi set her mind to something, it was hard to derail her. Perhaps she'd been in the shop after all, seen how much the dollhouse cost, and realized that she was expecting a very expensive item. Maybe she'd felt guilty about that and was too embarrassed to come home and admit it until she'd worked out a way to change her mind with sounding like she felt like her dad had let her down. Without sounding like her dad had let her down. Come on, she's smart, but she's still 5. Okay, 6. On the other hand, she's just like her grandma. She'll pretend she didn't really want it after all. Staffen couldn't afford the dollhouse, but he could certainly make one. How hard could it be? He worked in a machine shop. If he could cut and grind metal to fine tolerances, he could make a wooden house and all of the furniture that went inside. And he could make it special for and personal for her. But that would take some time. Naomi needed something special right now. He unwrapped the planetarium lamp and put it on the table next to her bed. She opened her eyes just as he switched it on and filled the room with drifting stars. There, he said, you've got the whole galaxy now, and all of the galaxies beyond it. See that one? And that? Can you remember what it's called? Naomi gazed up at the ceiling. She seemed mesmerized. No, but it's pretty. She could normally name all of the constellations. Stefan put his hand on her forehead, but she didn't feel feverish. We got it for your birthday, but you deserve a treat right now. Thank you, Daddy. I'm sorry for not remembering. It doesn't matter, sweetheart. You'll be all right. You'll be right as the rain before long. He turned the dial to the rainbow setting. If she woke in the night, the first thing she'd see would be the soothing play of the lights. He stroked her hair, and she watched the ceiling. He had his little girl back, and right now nothing else mattered. Just joy. Just enjoy the stars. Chapter 2. Every vessel counts. We can't yet replace what we lose. So the war against the Arbiter and the other blasphemers may be won or lost on a single hull. We need to recover Pious Inquisitor from the Kigyar. The simplest way to find her is to pay another Kigyar to betray his own kind. They have no honor, fortunately. This is said by Shipmaster Avu Med Telkam, servant of the Abiding Truth, addressing the rebellion of commanders at his headquarters on Lakil, formerly the human colony world of New Lanelli. UNSC Port Stanley in stealth mode off of Venetia, 35 years later, April 2553. Smooth icing, Mal Geffen said, gesturing to Adge. Come on, BB. Can't you make him understand? I thought you'd fixed his translator. BB projected his plain, box-shaped avatar into the Port Stanley galley where Mal, Devereaux, and Adge were putting the finishing touches to a cake for Osmond. Adge floated around the table, occasionally reaching out a tentacle to tease the layer of navy blue frosting into even more ragged peaks. On closer inspection, the curved tips of the frosting turned out to not be random. They were fractals. Huragok didn't do anything by halves. The common name for them, engineers, didn't even begin to cover their skills. Serves you right for using the galaxy's most sophisticated or organic computer as a food processor staff. I was trying to be inclusive, Mal said. You know, team building. BB projected 2 holographic tentacles to begin signing. Huragok appreciated. Someone talking to them in their own language. Fractals, smartass. I cannot do random things. Adge's translucent mantle shimmered with a hint of violent bioluminescence. If he'd been agitated, he'd have lit up like a Christmas tree. And an uneven surface makes the substance taste more appealing to humans. They needed to be smooth and level, BB signed. Huragok know best, and it baffled them that humans sometimes didn't want what was best. It has to be written upon. Mal should have specified that. You know what humans are like. Vague. Just make the surface completely smooth. Mal leaned against the counter, arms folded, and fixed Adge with a narrow-eyed stare. Is he pissed off because he thinks cooking's beneath him? No, he's fine, and he understands you perfectly well. It was clear to BB that Mal was joking, but maybe not to Adge. Just being arsey then. Let's say perfectionist. Huragok didn't care what they were doing as long as they were busy and improving things. Sometimes that meant more elegant patisserie. Sometimes it meant a more lethal nuclear missile. They didn't seem to make moral judgments. BB marveled at the human capacity to see the innocence rather than the inherent danger. Adge switched to his translator's quiet, monotone male voice. It would have tasted better with an uneven surface. He'd had the last word, which seemed to make him happy. His mantle sparked with bioluminescence, and he reworked the frosting. BB wondered if that was the Huragok equivalent of whistling while he worked. Can you write congratulations Rear Admiral Osmond on the top as well, please? Devereaux asked, in gold. Yes, Adge waited. And in English, Devereaux said, taking the hint. You were imprecise again. BB took that as a scolding. Adge pounced on the cake, and in a second, it was smooth as a Johansson's block. His tentacles plunged into the bowl of sugar again, worked furiously, and strands of gleaming gold paste emerged. One paid out like a rope trick. One paid out like a rope trick onto the top of the cake to form the lettering, and 2 more, one wide strip and one narrow, appeared as replica of the Rear Admiral lace. Now how he managed to build metallic color into the sugar was anyone's guess. Adge placed the sugar braid around the sides of the cake, then licked one tentacle with the tiny anteater tongue. Huragok could adapt to survive on any energy source, and even recharge from a power outlet. But when given a choice, they'd seem to prefer something sugary. It just added to their deceptive cuteness as far as BB was concerned. Thanks, Adge. Devereaux put her hand on his back like a favorite child. You'll never be unemployed. Do you want us to save you a couple of slices for you and Leeks? Adge drifted away. Job done. Sharing food was one thing. But the minutiae of human social customs appeared to be of no interest to him. Pureed, please. Mal slid the cake onto the tray and stood back to admire it. It was very professional. Okay, BB, where's Phillips? Mumping around on the hangar deck. Really? He's preoccupied. The hingeheads? He felt he should have saved them. Hingeheads? He sees them as women and children. Okay, I'm going to put my boot up his ass and unpreoccupy him. Mal would probably take Phillips to the other side and give him a sympathetic, sergeantly chat instead, but BB could translate Geffanese now. The time to brace for impact was when he went quietly polite. Christ, you can't save every stray in the kennels. Are you going to round him up, or shall I? I'll do it, Devereaux said. I've got a special touch, sorry. Don't leave any bruises. Devereaux made a show of tucking her shirt into her belt and tidying her hair as she headed for the door. Poor old Phyllis. He's got to learn to make pets of species we might have to kill. He's got to learn not to make pets of species we might have to kill. She's had a soft spot for Phillips. BB wondered whether to give the relationship a gentle nudge in the right direction, but decided to mind his own business for once. Mal adjusted the cake on the tray and sighed. Do you want a single red rose to put with that? BB teased. Mal raised a middle finger. Vaz is the one with the thing for Spartans, not me. Oh, sometimes Mal would respond to a heart-to-heart, but sometimes dressing things up in a joke worked better. Is it Naomi you're worried about, Staff? Or are you missing Vaz? You do get sloppy when your little chum's away. Well, stroppy when your little chum's away. Stroppy, S-T-R-O-P-P-Y. You do get stroppy when your little chum's away. I worry about everybody. It's my job. Mal fidgeted with the cake again. Osmond doesn't seem delirious about her promotion. Is she okay? Oh, it's just the sobering reality of coming one step closer to omnipotence. That's much healthier than the alternative. Look, would you excuse me for a moment? I have to pay a courtesy visit to Admiral Parangoski. Mal opened the galley locker to collect plates and napkins. I thought you could do 50 things at once. I can, but you get confused by it. Linear time. Don't you just hate it? BB could spread his attention throughout 1,000 separate systems in locations light years apart, but he tried to keep his visible presence restricted to just one place at a time. I'm not going soft. No face, no limbs, none of that cutesy pie corporealist nonsense. Really? It's just good manners. He wasn't trying to be human, just considerate of human crewmates. He split off a fragment of himself and rode Stanley's instant comms channel to appear in Margaret's office, light years away, in UNSC Bravo 6 HQ on Sydney. Parangoski looked up from her 11Zs, Kona coffee. 1 sugar, 2 ginger nut biscuits, he smiled. Morning, BB. How's our brand new admiral? We're waiting for the list to be formally promulgated before we wheel out the cake, ma'am. I'll send her a Bravo Zulu later. Everything okay? We're expecting a sit rep from Venezi in a couple of hours. I'm not stepping on Osmond's turf. Of course you're not. Just curious, mainly about the Naomi situation. BB thought that over for several nanoseconds. In AI's eternity. It was a delicate topic. How would you feel if you discovered your father was not only still alive, but living on Venezia under surveillance by DCS counterterrorism? That wasn't quite what I was asking. Naomi's a Spartan, ma'am, and Spartan too at that. If you can't rely on a Spartan, who can you trust? That wasn't what I was asking either. I see. BB read between the lines. Kilo 5 is very close-knit, very supportive of their oppos, very loyal. But they do have the job regardless of their personal feelings, or else Dr. Halsey would be frozen solid and floating somewhere in space by now, wouldn't she? Parangoski laughed a throaty chuckle. I'll cherish that image on the dull days, baby. It'll be my happy place. She checked her watch. Sync fleet's releasing the list at noon, Alpha time. Do you think Osmond's getting cold feet about doing the job? The job meant only one thing, Parangoski's job, Commander-in-Chief of the Office of Naval Intelligence. BB fully understood her fixation with making sure she was succeeded by someone with the right stuff, which in Oni's case was best described as the bad stuff. Parangoski had transformed the branch from just another tribe within the rivalry-ridden intelligence world to effectively a sole power, clear in its purpose, unflinching in its resolve, and free of the budget squabbles that made agencies preserving their own existence before the needs of Earth. BB had no illusions about the bodies that Parangoski had buried to achieve this, but only the very mean-spirited would deny that the woman was brilliant. Even as a mere captain, she punched well above her weight and brought down senior officers. When nobody wanted the Department of Colonial Security as after the CAA fell from grace, she took it as a doer-upper and acquired her own instant spy army of civilians with no pre-existing loyalty to anyone else in the UNSC. That took vision. Parangoski had it in spades. It extended beyond her own life, which was where Saren Osman came in, because this wasn't about an empire or an exercise of power, but the pursuit of a goal that would span generations. BB, doomed to a 7-year lifespan, took enormous comfort with a human who refused to let the small details like this, or her being dead, stop her from finishing what she had started. I think Osmond just needs a sustained run of unsavory choices to harden her casing, BB said. That's the trouble with spending her formative years in the Spartan program. Her default setting is to seize the initiative and go it alone, to take one for the team, not to send someone else to die in her place. And to bond her with her squad, I'm aware, BB. BB picked his words as carefully as someone trying to avoid the coffee creams in a box of chocolates. Coffee creams. Why did I think that? I've never even seen them. I know you couldn't possibly have set this up, Admiral, but I imagine the dilemma presented by Naomi's father would be rather character-forming for Osmond. There was a hair-fine line to walk between serving Osmond and knowing what not to tell Parangoski, and Parangoski made it clear that she knew BB walked it. Sometimes she wondered whether it was a test to check that he would side with Osmond instead of her if push came to shove. And he had to, as Osmond would need him when she became Synconi. Parangoski was 92 and ruled the Office of Naval Intelligence with a rod of unforgiving iron for decades, making some people disappear and others wish that they had or could. Osmond was only 41, which was nowhere near enough time to build a throne of skulls like Parangoski. On the other hand, her early childhood had been one of life or death and survival in Halsey's boot camp on Reach. So, he wondered how fast the adult Osmond would revert to that primal ruthlessness when her back was against the wall. And she'd been raised on the concept of killing a human enemy, colonial terrorists.
No drink, you drink.
Not the clear-cut and easy digested threat of invading alien monsters. She was used to morally dirty warfare. No, she'd be fine. BB was sure of that. He felt he'd been waiting minutes for Parangoski's reply, but that was the price of being an AI, running so fast that a blink for a human was an hour's internal debate for himself. She'd simply paused for a second to brush a crumb of ginger nut off of her jacket. The biscuits sounded like concrete when she crunched on them. Even in her choice of cookies, the old girl liked something that put up a fight. Very well, BB, she said. Keep me posted. He rode the comms channel back to the Port Stanley in an upbeat mood. There was good news to impart, even if it wasn't actually news to anyone. And he enjoyed being the bearer because it was always in short supply. He changed his box-shaped avatar into a gold envelope and projected himself at eye level above the desk in Osmond's state cabin. Ta-da! His holograph glittered with a ripple of light. The latest fleet promotions list, known simply as the list in every wardroom across the fleet, was the UNSC's official notification of which officers had been promoted and which were doomed to toil in the same rank for another year, or maybe forever. BB opened the envelope's flap and slid out a holographic sheet of paper with an accompanying drum roll. And the winner is... Gosh, not Captain Hogarth. Not even nominated for Best Supporting Minion. No, it's Rear Admiral Osmond. Osmond leaned back a little bit, almost cringing from the news. I'm not breaking out the Krug for this, you know. Maybe a cup of Oni's finest Jamaican, though. Oh, go on, BB reverted to his blue-lit box form. Allow yourself some pride in this achievement. I haven't done anything to earn it. I meant surviving the bear pit of Oni thus far, not the Admiral bit. Thank you, BB. Osmond didn't even smile. She'd known it was coming for years, part of the necessary process to groom her as the most powerful officer in the UNSC. In reality, if not on paper, and by default, the most powerful person on Earth. It was a prospect that BB knew weighed more heavily on her with each passing week. Osmond shrugged and looked past him, apparently studying her reflection in one of the nav displays. I didn't have this many gray hairs 6 months ago. They're Admiralty highlights, dear. Well, at least I won't look too young for the job the day it comes. Cheer up. Your loyal ship's company has a surprise for you. BB drifted to the door. Would you care to come to the bridge? Osmond managed to smile. And be it understood, I command a right good crew. Oh, I do so love comic opera. Are you going to give us a tune? No. And you'd thank me for it. Mal was already on the bridge with Devereaux and Phillips. Stanley was a strangely empty ship at the best of times, with only 6 humans on board. But she felt far emptier with Naomi and Vaz deployed to the surface. Mal had placed the cake under a small metal dome that looked suspiciously the part of the environmental filter. His hand hovered over it, waiter style. Is that the head of John the Baptist? Osmond asked. Not unless he's a Victoria sponge, ma'am. Mal lifted the cover. Congratulations. Phillips clapped and handed her the knife. We'd have brought balloons to the party and whizzers, but there's a war on, sort of. Osmond cocked her head as if she was calculating and then cut the cake into eighths. It was funny how dividing up the cake could tell BB everything about her. 4 portions would have meant she didn't think beyond the crew present on the bridge. 6 would have omitted the Huragok. They all ate and made a small talk for a few minutes. Pay pensions, how best to preserve. Vaz and Naomi shared the cake until they returned, and then the chat died away. Okay, so where are we now, people? Osmond peeled the gold icing off of her portion of the cake and put it aside. Vaz and Naomi establishing their cover on Venezia. Mal and Dev on standby to relieve them. Primary objective, find Pious Inquisitor. Second, map the weapon supply routes, which we can roll up with keeping the supplies flowing to Telcam. I've been listening to Telcam's radio chatter overnight, Phillips said. He's getting more agitated about Inquisitor. Piecing it together, I think he's going to hire someone he can trust to track South Fell and get the ship back. I wouldn't want to be Fell when he finds him. Is that pride or desperation? Devereaux asked. I know he's short of vessels, but there have to be easier ways of getting another ship. Maybe he wants the data on board. Don't forget Inquisitor's been through a few hands. The brutes had her when they fought the Sangheili, and then the rebel Sangheili under the Arbiter. There's probably loads of dirt and intel in the computers, and he's got to be as worried about the asset denial as we are, Osmond said. Okay, keep monitoring that until you get a lead, Evan. Phillips nodded enthusiastically. I bet Telcam calls in Rent-A-Crow. I'll take another Kigyar to find Fel. BB could have monitored all of the channels simultaneously for Phillips, and did anyway, discreetly, just in case Phillips missed something in real time, but humans preferred to do things for themselves. Phillips came into his own on the face-to-face interactions, though. He was very persuasive with Sangheili, completely and at home with their language and culture. And he wowed them with his skill with an Aurum puzzle ball. Aurum puzzle ball. It looked like a toy to humans, a sphere of complex interconnected pieces that had to be moved in a precise sequence to release the stone held in the center. But to Sangheili, it was a powerful cultural and political symbol on multiple levels, the embodiment of patience, discipline, and acceptance of the rigid order of society to achieve its outcomes. Mastering it made Phillips something of a celebrity to them. Telcam's due another arms shipment from us in a couple of weeks, Evan, Osmond said. You want to ride along for that? Phillips nodded. He never refused an opportunity. Can I have some firearms training first, though? You did okay with the plasma pistol back on Sangelios, Mal said. You could tool up with one of those. It's not like we haven't got a full hold of them, is it? He said it innocently, but Phillips flinched. BB made a note of that. Osmond either didn't notice or thought it was just wise to move on. She finished her slice of cake, checked the level of her coffee cup, and sat down to read through the overnight signals. If night had any meaning, 200,000 kilometers off Venezia, BB monitored every scrap of data that came in or left the Corvette anyway. In a sense, he was the ship. Phillips went back to the hangar deck, where he'd laid claim to a small compartment as his listening station. Leaks repaired the other Huragok, conscripted into Port Stanley's service, had taken to upgrading it whenever he was allowed in. BB still wasn't sure why Phillips had holed up down there when he had an entire Corvette to choose from. But Mal had muttered something about the compartment being Phillips's gardening shed. BB had to look that one up. He followed Phillips, zipping through the decks via relays and conduits for cameras, environmental monitoring, and power controls, and 100 roads for AIs to travel, and projected himself into the doorway. I'm going to intrude, BB said. Are you all right? Please don't keep beating yourself up about Nessalem. That's what happens in a civil war. The natives kill each other. The ones you save may very well end up killing you. So best let nature run its course and stop blaming yourself. Phillips busied himself with the console. But we're not doing that. We're throwing arms on the barbecue to keep the war simmering. I know humans do that, despite numerous lessons from history that arming third parties who you don't like, or don't like you, most of all backfires at some point. Oh, you've got a better idea, I see? I'd rather launch an all-out biological war of the kind Oni keeps in the freezer in places like Trevelyan. But those backfire quite often as well. Phillips scratched his scrubby beard. He looked more like a student than a professor now. Actually, I was thinking about Naomi. You need a ladder, but I admire your pluck. I meant how far this might go with her dad. Are you asking if Oni plans to terminate him in their signature ways? I suppose I am. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Phillips looked as if he was going to press BB on it and stopped short. He changed tack. So how are you doing? Have you come to terms with your broken fragments yet? As much as any human comes to terms with their own mortality. I nearly died once. I know. I was there. Thanks for getting me damaged as well. No, I meant I nearly drowned myself off Bondi years ago. Being a dick naturally. And when I really thought That was it. I'd bought it. It was surprising how ordinary I felt. Anticlimax almost. So I didn't worry too much about dying now. Oh, good. I won't feel too bad about volunteering you for suicide missions then. Phillips managed to grin and pause for a moment, listening to the audio on his earpiece. Everyone's routine was slipping back to normal, or at least normal for Kilo 5. BB did a quick check to locate the crew. Osmond was on the bridge, Adge and Leaks tinkering with the water reclamation, a couple of decks below, Mal and Devereaux in their respective cabins, but felt frustrated that Naomi and Vaz had gone silent between sitreps. He was used to monitoring them, not being able to sense them, felt like his path was dotted with bottomless black pits, planned absences of data, and never bothered him before he reintegrated the fragment of himself that had been damaged on St. Helios when Phillips was caught in the bomb blast. The data gaps that felt like the harbingers of rampancy. It was what Devereaux described as the sensation of someone walking on your grave. BB knew exactly how that felt. Without a body, he shouldn't have been able to. But his mind had its foundations in the pathways of the real human brain, donated by an individual man who lived and breathed, and its most primal components underpinned his existence. Somehow he recalled how some things felt. He could have found out who that donor was, but he'd stopped himself from accessing that data so that he was never tempted to look. Whoever he was, I'm me, a distant relative with a few characteristics in common. It was a step beyond the measures he'd taken to firewall Osmond's data, so he never accidentally blurted out something he didn't want her to hear. That was forgotten. His own data was not known. He understood exactly why Naomi was the only Spartan who'd taken up Oni's offer to open their background files. And look at what she found. Awful. Awful pain. No thanks. Not even Osmond had looked into her own past. She'd had Oni clearance to do it for years and years. BB blocked his recall of the detail, but he remembered how he'd felt when he read her file. Oddly enough, it had felt like relief. Jesus. Jarrow Crossroads, New Tyne, Venetia, April 2553. Naomi, are you okay? The vehicle had gone. No matter how long she looked down the road, she couldn't change what she'd just seen. She'd been confident, completely confident, that it wouldn't make any difference to her, but it had. Naomi 010, Spartan and UNSC petty officer, couldn't recall ever being Naomi Sensko or living on a colony world called Sansar. But she'd just seen the proof drive past her in a truck, her very own father, a man who she couldn't remember, talking to a Kigyar in a passenger seat of a vehicle, waiting at the stoplights. She recognized him from a photo in an intelligence photo. But it was one thing to look at a photo without feeling anything, and another entirely different to see someone in the flesh. Halsey had convinced Naomi and her fellow conscripts that they were immune to the weakness of normal humans, but she'd probably never planned for the unlikely event that the Spartans would come face to face with their real families again. A crack had opened in Naomi's world. Her curiosity drove her to peer through it. For a moment, she was sitting in a warthog on a potentially hostile planet, and she wasn't operating undercover. She just didn't know. She could remember, she simply felt, and it wasn't a feeling that she could define or name. She only knew that it made her uncomfortable. Naomi, did you hear that? She replayed the footage on her datapad. Look at him. That's me. That's who I take after. That's my father. She tried to connect the thought to some sort of emotion, but it only triggered a vague sensation of guilt, as if she knew she'd done something wrong, but couldn't recall what it was. Naomi, I said, did you hear all of that? Vaz Beloy nudged her with his elbow, almost peering into her face as he leaned over the steering wheel. His fingers pressed against his concealed earpiece. Did you hear what Spencer said? What? He ID'd the Kigyar in the truck as the one who hijacked Pious Inquisitor. It's Sav Fel. Yes, I heard, Vasya. Maybe that was too abrupt. I keep my comms channel open, I always do. Poor Vaz. He'd gone out of his way to be kind to her. He'd even read her background file to find out who she'd been before she was abducted and what had happened to her family because she couldn't face reading it herself. He'd shuddered the burden of deciding what was too harrowing to tell her, the first person she truly trusted outside of her narrow Spartan circle. Okay, no point trying to tell Fel now, he said, as if Stefan Sanska had never been part of the equation. We'll pick him up again later. Say it. Say what? What you'd say if I was Mal. What would she call her what should she call her father? Senska? Staffan? Dad? Every possible name seemed wrong. You'd speculate about Fel supplying Senska with a warship to use against Earth. Vaz started the Warthog and pulled out of the parking lot to turn onto the main road. Naomi, every human here has some grudge against Earth. The aliens probably have a grudge against Earth and their own governments. Welcome to Venetia. It's Grudge World. Damn. They were less than 2 days into this op, and her personal connection to it was already putting Vaz in an awkward position. She wasn't supposed to let anything get in the way of her emotion or her mission. But Halsey and Chief Mendez had never taught their Spartans how to deal with friends who felt outrage on their behalf. So who's calling this in, she asked. You or me? We need to talk to Spencer first. Why? You ever wonder why BB had no idea your father was here? Vaz kept checking the rearview mirror. I don't know why I didn't ask sooner. Because Spencer hadn't put him on a database that BB could access. He keeps it all on his personal datapad. Oversight? Old DCS habit, maybe. Spooks live in a permanent state of paranoia. And he's a civilian spook. I bet he keeps intel to himself without even thinking about it. But DCS have been reporting to Parangoski since she was a captain. Yeah, but he's been around since the colonists' insurgency. We don't tell him everything either. Well, what do we do to others? They probably do to us. Never mind, Parangoski allows for that. Naomi did the math. Spencer must have been 60 or so. Older than he looked. But she had no reason to mistrust him. Not sharing low-level intel seemed a natural precaution for an agent who lived undercover most of the time. It must have been hard for him to decide which was the real Mike Spencer. The DCS agent or Mike Amberley persona. Electrician and ne'er-do-well, ostensibly seeking a quiet and unnoticed life in New Tyne. He spent more hours being the latter. How had he come across her father? Dad had never been colonial rebel before, not according to her file. So all he'd done was show up here and plot his vengeance on Earth. Had he ever done any more than that? What had he done between leaving Sansar and arriving here? Her file said that Dad had worked out half the story for himself, that his daughter had been abducted and replaced by a short-lived double, that it was all part of some government conspiracy. He just didn't know the rest, or how right he was. It was an impressive feat for a factory worker. Oh God, I'm thinking of him as Dad. How did this happen? It caught Naomi off guard. She shook herself and focused on keeping an eye out for potential troubles. Venetia, untouched by the Covenant, looked strikingly normal to her in a way that a few outer colony worlds did. Few? I don't think I've seen an intact, and I didn't even remember Sansar. New Tyne's houses and stores were undamaged, with a patina of sun fading and lichen that said they'd been there for a very long time, rather than rebuilt after the Covenant attack. It was a world that had somehow been spared. She watched her brute drive past in a small troop carrier heading south, with a grunt sitting beside him. On the sidewalk, a woman strolled with a shopping basket in one hand and a small boy hanging on tightly in the other. Aliens that had been Naomi's deadly enemies for a few months were still a sight that made her uneasy, but Noontide didn't exactly look like a hotbed of insurrection. Spencer said that anyone within reason to avoid the authorities. Anyone was within reason to avoid authorities, human or non-human, and they could find sanctuary here in Venetia, and its unique multiculture of shared risk, the common bond of being on the wrong side of something or someone. Naomi had no idea how long alien fugitives had lived here alongside humans, but given that the rest of the galaxy had only just ended a 30-year war, even months would have been impressive feats of tolerance. She hadn't seen anything She hadn't seen anything Healy, though. She had no illusions about them. Arming their rebels was something she had done because it was offered to, not because she liked the idea. She'd killed thousands, and she'd had no regrets about any of it at all. Was that wrong? No, she'd seen too many ravaged worlds. She'd been taught to take satisfaction from a necessary job done well. They deserve what they get. Weird, isn't it? Vaz said. What is? All those Covenant aliens walking around like the war never happened. He glanced at a passing pickup with a couple of Kigyar inside. Did you ever plan for life outside of the service? It was the hardest question Naomi had ever been asked. To plan, you had to want something. What did she want? A little voice murmured warnings at the back of her mind, more a vague uneasiness than anything audible or articulated. She was still trying to remember something that just wouldn't crystallize. She hadn't felt that for a very long time. I didn't know it was even possible, she said. Or that she'd live long enough to have the luxury of wondering about it. Yeah, it was easy to forget. There's still a world out there. I wonder where Jewel Domna is now. Well, if he's still alive, he's plotting his revenge. Vaz pulled his dubious expression, wrinkling his nose. Especially if he's found out his wife is dead. I'd still rather deal with him than Telcam. At least he tries to kill you in your face. Vaz laughed, but she wasn't joking. It troubled her. What happened? She felt gauche, Gauche, as if she missed something that normal people understood, but she didn't. She wasn't used to feelings or feeling inadequate. She'd only ever been told she was exceptional, mankind's best hope. Ah, the mad monk, Vaz said. But he does speak good English for a hingehead, even if he can't say Phillips. Do you ever wonder how many ODSTs he's killed? Vaz slowed for another set of stoplights. New Tyne seemed to have an awful lot of controlled intersections for a small place. All the time, he said. Elites don't have full-time interpreters. He was an amped terp. When the time comes to kill him, I'll volunteer, and I'll sleep easier. A shadow fell across the front seat as another vehicle pulled up next to them at the lights. Naomi braced, hand on her sidearm. This was when ambushes happened. She could see the driver out of the corner of her eye. A thick-set, middle-aged guy with a plaid shirt. But he just glanced at them and looked away. If he'd seen her, she hadn't reminded him of anyone. The lights changed, and the vehicles moved off. She slid her hand under her coat for reassurance that on her magnum again. still a little disoriented without her Mjolnir armor. It was about more than just missing the augmentation and the electronics. She felt more conspicuous in a drab gray parka and shabby combat pants than she ever did in 300 kilos of gleaming titanium alloy. The Mjolnir face was who and what she was, the tribal identity that she shared with the family she'd spent most of her life with, the fellow Spartans. Her civilian-looking self was flayed, peeled, and missing both its protection and its self-image. She took her cap out of her pocket and pulled it down hard on her head. It was a poor substitute for a helmet. "It's the eyes," Vaz said. "What is?" "It's not your hair that makes you look like your dad. It's your eyes." The arms dealer that had just sold an MA5B rifle to had definitely recognized a family resemblance. He hadn't said the name, Senska, but he hadn't needed to. Naomi had seen the look on his face. She ducked her head to check herself in the wing mirror and saw her father's pale gray eyes blink back at her. Dyeing her white blonde hair some other color would never change that. "I need some colored contacts," she said. Oh. Vaz studied her face for a moment as she turned to him. "Adge can whip up a pair for you. I'll ask BB on the next radio check. He knows all your biometrics, seeing as he's been in your neural interface." "Yeah, I don't have any secrets," she said, "except from myself." She realized that she'd put her hands on the back of her neck, a reflex action to cover up the external point of her interface at the base of her skull. Adge had remodeled it to reduce the profile. If anyone got too close, closer than she'd tolerate anyway, all they'd see through her hair would be something that looked like an irregular implant that the UNSC personnel had. It supported the simplest of cover stories, that they were Naomi Baki and Vaz Desny, two deserters looking for a quiet refuge in New Tyne. It was easier to play a soldier with a reason for hiding on Venezia than to try to walk, talk, and behave like a civilian. Some things were hard to conceal. Her thoughts drifted back to the kid walking around the road with his mother. What was it like to grow up in an outer colony community? It didn't look that different in what she felt or thought it was. It was normal life. There, Vaz indicated left and turned down a ramp into the grim concrete housing estate where Spencer lived an outwardly regular Venezian life. Nobody trailed us either. So far, so good. Spencer was making sandwiches in the kitchen, filling the place with the smell of hard-boiled eggs. He was a rumpled-looking, everyday guy with gray hair and a lot of lines, as far from the movie image of a spy as possible to get. I made him perfect for the job. "I've got to go to work," he said, putting the sandwiches in his lunchbox. He did contract maintenance shifts at the local militia base, a testament to what Melgafen called his spook foo. Naomi was always impressed by the power of the ordinaries. What better place for a spy like him? A civilian used to working in military environments to infiltrate. He fitted in seamlessly. "So, Savfel's shown up here. How do you want us to play this?" Vaz didn't look at Naomi. Our priority is Pious Inquisitor. Are we going to have to do this old-fashioned way? The old-fashioned way? Yeah, we're going to have to tail him. I'll see what I can glean at work. But he's got to have access to a small atmosphere-capable transport, because he's going to have a hard time hiding nearly 2 kilometers of battlecruiser on a surface. I'm assuming Oz hasn't detected anything that size in orbit. Naomi wondered if Spencer would still call Osmond Oz when she became Synconi. We'd have heard it if she had. Okay, so we follow Fell somehow, Vaz said. Or Senska. Where do they hang out? Not sure yet. I'm still putting the pieces together on Senska. Spencer sealed his lunchbox with a snap. Some of the locals are known quantities from my DCS days, but he's a new face to me. I've only been here a couple of months, remember? Did I tell you how I pinged him? No, Naomi said. But I did wonder how you got the photo. Sorry, old spook habit. Sometimes he does maintenance work at the barracks. It's not his main job. I think he does it as a favor. Anyway, you know what they're like for insisting on passes. So I just poked around in the admin filing cabinet one night. He looked at Naomi as if she'd reacted, but she wasn't sure she hadn't. It was still just words, Father, Staff, and Senska. I knew when he went off planet because getting to and from Venezia is a big logistics job. Thinking about it, even if you've got your own small vessel, you need to get a ride with a slip space capable ship if you're heading for another planet. The bigger the vessels tend to belong to the militia. I overheard someone arranging it. One thing you need to remember about the culture is it's cautious. There are people that don't trust each other. And they don't trust tech because it can be hacked. Nobody ever created better security than pieces of paper you can burn and conversations you can have face to face. Spencer played his cards close to his chest, just like the local population. Naomi wasn't sure if it was simply his ingrained secretiveness or if he was trying to be diplomatic about the father. But she had to ask, do you know where he lives? Spencer's expression changed for a moment, as if he'd slipped out of character and was trying to ground himself again. 15 Mount Long Dawn Road, on the south of town, next to the old slate quarry. But I promised Malgafen I'd leave him to you. So, I haven't been near him yet. Just keeping my ears open. Spencer shrugged, looking embarrassed. I'm sorry. This must be awkward for you. No, not at all. Naomi had learned long ago to lock down her own expression and shut out all the external distraction. She was still uneasy, but she could pin it down to whatever her father was doing right now. If it was, I'd ask Osmond to redeploy me. Well, I plug into the Kigyar Bush telegraph. The jackals get around. If Fell's selling off that warship, I'll get a hear. He definitely isn't hanging out with Senska to attack Earth, though. Kigyar couldn't give a rat's ass about Earth, not unless they want to buy something. No use for a battlecruiser themselves, then? Not their style. A big warship isn't much use for a lot of the things they do. It's goddamn expensive to maintain. Spencer took his jacket off of the hook in the back door. I'll leave you to tell Osmond, okay? I have to go now. You got your map, yeah? Vaz tapped his pocket. All the recommended hotspots. Don't forget there's a bounty on your head for offering those jackals on Rhaenys. They don't know it was us, Vaz said. We didn't leave any witnesses, did we? Spencer chuckled. I'm glad to see Oni's teaching you something. Did you sell the rifle, by the way? Got $875 for it. Not too shabby. Remember to secure the house if you go out. Vaz didn't say anything for a really long time after Spencer left. He topped up the coffee machine, humming to himself. He was picking his words. Naomi wanted him to just speak his mind. Well, if Senska's in the market for a warship, I wonder how he's going to pay for it, he said at last. And he'll need a crew unless he's got an AI as good as BB. Well, that'll take him some time. I bet the Covenant didn't have anything. Isn't it time we call this to Osmond? What do you want me to say? That we spotted Sav Fell, and that he was with my father. That'd be a great start, I think. There, she'd done it again. Sorry, I didn't mean to be abrasive, okay? I'm going downstairs to call the ship. Vaz just nodded. He knew she needed to do it herself. She didn't need to explain. Spencer had set up a mini listening station in the basement, complete with a fridge and a battered sofa. It was probably a lot more comfortable to work than a disused mine shaft that he'd lived in on Rhaenys while he was monitoring the Sangheili. Naomi opened the secure comms link to the Port Stanley and BB responded. Remember to call Osmond Admiral now, BB said. It's official. We baked a cake. We'll send you some on the next resupply run. Anything you need? Cosmetic lenses, blue, hazel, green, anything to darken my eye color, just in case anyone spots the resemblance. Words still just words. But she did feel odd. She was trying to remember and wasn't sure what or why. We just made a positive ID of Sav Fell in New Tyne. We eyeballed him less than an hour ago. He was in a vehicle with my father. That even silenced BB for a second. Oh, he said, at least that narrows your search area. Tell Osmond we're going to work on a way to track Sav Fell to Inquisitor. Next radio check is in 2 hours. Is that all you want to say? BB asked. Yes, Naomi out. She cut the link and leaned back onto the sofa, picking at a rip in the leather, while she worked out a search pattern to locate both the truck and Sav Fell. We need to know when they leave this planet. Dad might be a red herring. He might be involved with Fell for some other reasons. But common sense says the ship's the most likely reason. So, how do we do this? Tagging Sav Fell or her father, if her suspicions were right, was going to require face-to-face contact anyway. Whatever they did, they'd have to get personal. Dare I risk it? Am I calling him Dad again? She waited for Osmond to call back and pull her out because the risk of recognition was too high, but the call never came. She looked at a 6-pack of sodas at the top of the battered gray filing cabinet, debating whether to just go back upstairs and tell Vaz the deed had been done and the sky hadn't fallen in. No, she had to sort it out, this uneasiness first. Spartan or not, she was human, and the brain always tried to complete the pattern. A gap had now been filled in her memory, the one that said father. So how about mother? What did that evoke? Naomi tried to grasp the thought as she poured a soda into the only clean glass she could find. The absence of hostile aliens, obvious danger, dangerous and lethal, was allowing thoughts that she hadn't been aware of to come to the surface. She watched the soda bubbles rise and vanish. Bubbles. They only form a running bead in carbonated liquid when there's dirt on the glass. For a second, the surface of the soda was completely still. A perfect mirror before it shivered and broke up. Now she remembered what she'd wanted. It was the last thing she truly longed for, other than wanting to go home to her mom and dad. She'd been 5 years old, maybe 6, and she wanted a dollhouse. That's it for today. We're on page 50. This is a long book, actually. It's got 522 pages in it. There's 100 pages longer than most of the books that we've read. So this might be a long read. But that's 50. So, hey, there it is. Thank you to Ambient Wonders for being in the background for us today. You can click on that there. That's powered by Installation 00. Go get coffee and a snack. I'm gonna do that in just a second. I gotta start this up first so you have some music in the background as I go. And I will, of course. The prologue was hard to read through as a father who's experienced some interesting trauma with children already in my life. That was difficult. That was I almost cried. I was very close. The pacing of this book, the writing of this book already feels very different than the other previous books. that Karen Travis has read so far, or written so far, that we've read together. And the language is different. Some of the language. It'll be interesting to see where the book goes. I'm kind of yeah, right. Exactly, like to read that from the perspective of Stefan, and think about some of the things that I've been through as a parent. Like I'm my child has never been robbed from me, but to just start in the clear with that moment of my child is being like just went right back to that, just ripped the band-aid right off, like, here you are, buddy, here's what it feels like, here's what goes through your mind, your child being gone, and you're searching for them, and you fear that they're gone, dead, whatever, and then you find them and they're changed forever, and then they just leave it at that, like, now you know for the next several days or weeks, and then that child is going to be dead, and now you're here. That is honestly appreciate the book. More people need to be more aware of the need to understand and heal from serious trauma. My therapist tells me that healing happens in ways that we don't understand. She says it is good for me sometimes to cry because that's my self-healing in some way that is profound enough that I don't get it. I hate it. I feel weak and embarrassed. And that is the truth. But I know that it's okay. The description used to describe the inability to do anything, feeling the feels. I had to stop. There were a few long pauses because I was about to, like, literally just break down. Lose the moment. And that's a thing. Just to think about the experience and it was well enough written that I will think about this for some time, and it will be unsettling, I feel. Just because even for just being a book. I'm gonna go back and see what I missed here before we get going. That's a cruise ship, not one of exploration. Haha, Kevin. Thank you. I appreciate you. I love this shirt. This is a Toad & Co. flannel shirt. It's very thick. My wife loves it because it has elbow patches. She says it makes me look distinguished. They would stealthily switch them out. Yeah, exactly. All the terrifying stuff in Halo this chapter scares me the most. Well written, though. Props to the author. You and Zero can have a good cry and hug at HCS. We will. You're probably going to have to be there to watch it. I'm not crying, you're crying. That's what it was like when we left each other the last time. Martin walked me to the parking lot. He gave me this big hug. And then he walked off. And I looked back. I'm not going to lie. I looked back. We used to have all these movies when I was a kid. We'd grow up and they'd be like, I just got here and everyone is crying. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, no, 100%. Martin and I were standing in the parking lot the last day. We gave each other a big old hug. Mike was there. We all gave each other big old hugs. And then We watched Martin walk off through through the pavilion thing back out, and then we all got in the car and we did not say a single word the entire drive back home. Like not a single thing was said between Lena or Mike or I, and we just like tears, couple of tears. My wife didn't cry, but I think Mike was a blubbering idiot too. Cool guys. No, we totally do look back at the explosions because they're cool. But no, yeah, we'll definitely. I will cry tears of relief and joy when I see Fox and she breaks this hand for me. You were teary eyed when you hugged me last year. I was. I was. It's not often that you get so many great people to come and be part of your life in a really great way. And I am grateful for all of you. Gen Xers do cry, Kevin. You just haven't found something polarizing enough to cry about. If all of your Halo toys were lost, you would cry, and I would hug you and tell you it's okay. Although I know that it would be impossible to replace them all, I would still care. Oh, we would laugh too. I'd be like, well, you shouldn't have left the coffee pot plugged in your storage unit. That's why your toys got burned down, dumbass. But then again, the coffee pot would probably be there because you were entertaining me. Anyway, I'm going to go reboot my coffee and hopefully get some of these tears out of my face so I can be happy when I get into the voice channel. Here you go. Enjoy your favorites, your favorite co-star of the show, the chair. I shall return in a moment. Alright, you guys, I'm back. I'm sorry it took me so long to come back this time. I I had to tell my wife about the book. And she was and of course I was started crying again trying to tell her about it. Let's see here. The chair is the real star. Sorry, not sorry. I need to make a helmet for the chair. What if we made I guess we could make like a thing that fits on the chair with a bent, and you could put the helmet on it, so the helmet would just sit here like the chair, like the chair was a Spartan chair. Um, Although Cheez It is close to the second star. Yeah, sorry, you got my snacks in here. This is like the corner of this corner I could do something better with. You only ever see that corner because I'm reading today. When I read, I get into this place when I'm reading mostly because it gets me closer to the microphone, but then also Scott's giggling right now because this was the only way that you saw my face at the beginning. At the beginning of the before time. Um Cherries Garcia looking at you from the freezer. I feel that. Um in the before time, uh when I was still streaming on Mixer, so it was a really, really long time ago. We would uh we would have this picture of it would be like maybe this, and I'd be over here, and then behind me would be like the kitchen table and like the kitchen back here, because I used to stream from the house. And it was that it was that way because when I was this way and you'd see like the whole kitchen, my wife would come and hang out, and she would be like in the back doing dishes because the stream was in the house. And people would go to her work and they'd be like, "Oh, Lena, I really liked that dress that you were wearing last night." And Lena was like, one day Lena was like, "Dress? What are you talking about?" And they're like, "Well, yeah, we were watching John stream and we saw you in the back, in it." And it was like Lena was wearing like her nightgown or something. And so she was like, I don't like that anymore. So you have to turn the camera now. So then what you saw after that was literally it turned the camera. So I'm in an L desk here, and you guys are just to the right of center. And it used to be turned so that I would actually nest up here with the chair back hard against the side of the desk here. And then you would just see the kitchen wall and me. And then all of you would be all I would play games on this screen then. I'd actually turn it this way a little bit off the wall. And then you guys would be, that's what used to give me the screen behind me that would say the Spartan space and have the helmet, the logo that Martin originally made for me way back. That's like 3 years ago. But that was because of, that was all because of where we were at. So I try to get into that space so that I don't move around a lot. The good old days. It was a long time ago. And we've come so far, all of us together. This space, this thing that we're doing here, these moments that we share. I'm absolutely grateful that I have people that want to spend the time, that want to hear me read books poorly. I almost feel like, by the way, good morning, Kevin. I almost feel like maybe I should change the name of the stream on Thursdays, because normally I'm always like, the name of the stream is like reading whatever, because then it makes it easy for me to make the playlist and it's easy. Maybe I should change it though to like Spartan John reads good books poorly. Maybe that's what
Why
I'll
do you
call it.
say that?
So I feel like I'm a terrible reader. I know I'm getting better, but I notice, maybe you guys don't notice it, but I notice when I'm like start to stumble over words, like that's about the time that I have to like um that's the time that I feel like you guys get that pause where I start counting pages to see how far it is to like the next break in a chapter or the next. I always try to get to the end of a chapter in the time, but sometimes I don't make it. But like I'll start stumbling over the little words and I just feel like I'm not talking well and I'm like, fuck. And I feel like that takes away from you guys because you get, I feel like I get immersed into the story some, and then there's this cumbersome sentence that's like, he was as big as the person that he was looking at. And I just look at that and I'm like, when I'm reading it live, it's like, and then I have to go back and read that sentence again. And sometimes I'm like, let me try that one more time. And then I have to read it again. Like, I hate that. Like, I feel like that's like immersion breaking for you guys. I don't know. I appreciate that you guys stick around. I know that there are people who come for the awesome to hear the books because of closed captioning later because they're hard of hearing, and that makes me happy that they get to see that. I mean, it makes me sad that they have to see the fuck ups like written in closed caption now that I think about it. Man, maybe I'm just overthinking it. You're doing fine. It bothers you more than it bothers us. Well, that's fair. It's fair. I I appreciate that. Hooked on Phonics UNSC edition. That's funny. Well, thank you for enjoying the book, the little bit of the book with me. Like I said, so far I feel like it's different. It's written differently. I'm really excited to see what they do with Halsey's character here and what happens with Naomi and her dad. I'm really excited. Um, Probably more tears to come in the next several Thursdays. So, see how that works. Kevin, how are you this morning, buddy?
Getting there.
You're getting there. You get your coffee in you. You already donated today.
Just started sipping my coffee.
Just now? No.
Yeah, I didn't have any before I went, so I only started it when I came home.
Do they have you fast or anything before you do that? Is there like a specific like meal regimen, or do you just not, doesn't matter?
They tell you to eat 2 hours beforehand.
They tell you not to eat,
My,
or they,
they tell you to eat.
oh, they tell you to eat 2 hours. That's interesting. I wonder why.
That's you're pulling. They're pulling blood. They want your body to be enriched as much as possible, so they don't want you to be anemic.
Okay, that makes sense, I
So
suppose.
they, uh, they, when you first go in, they measure your blood plasma ratios and stuff, and that's a lot of people end up there. They have an iron deficiency, so they don't have a high enough blood
Hmm.
plasma ratio.
Gotcha.
So a lot of it has to do with needing to eat like your iron rich or your protein heavy protein things to get your
Oh, okay.
blood levels up.
Gotcha. That makes sense, I suppose. For the record, if I ever printed my wife a Spartan outfit and she would actually wear it, I would make her this.
I
Mine,
like that you give her cat ears.
my, well, this is my favorite. This is my favorite TV show Spartan. As best as I could make her. It's Kai 125, but they allow you to put the cat ears on the helmet, which I think is hilarious because it pisses off two fan bases at the same time. It pisses off the regular Halo fan base because a bunch of people in the Halo fan base hate cat ears. And then it also pisses off it pisses off the gamers a lot too because the gamers hate the TV show. And so you're just pissing off two of the biggest Halo communities at the same time by combining the two.
Stupid.
I love it
They're
so
stupid.
much. They're so Kevin, the cat ears articulate in the lore on top of the helmet to create better hearing in different directions. It's like
Totally
a
stupid.
thing. That is cooler
You-
than
you-
shit, alright?
You can rationalize having a tail. You can rationalize.
Oh
having
no. No. I'm not
claws,
gonna
you
go.
can
I'm not.
rationalize
Hey,
everything
look.
like that.
I'm not gonna do the tail thing. Claws though on your suit. I'm gonna say that Spartan Wolverine. Okay, maybe claws. Tail. I'm not digging that. But the cat ears, like seriously, I think that they
It's
should
a
do all the
slippery
animals.
It's a slippery slope.
Come on, they give us a reindeer nose for Christmas. You're not upset about that?
That's a holiday thing. That's very
Cat
short.
ears could be
So-
Halloween.
Well, that'd be fine, but I mean, you look like an idiot running around with a Santa Claus or the reindeer outfit on during the rest of the year.
I'm just saying. Oh, anyway, this is the pilot chest with the broken terminal. I paired that with the broken. It's all the broken panels because the joke is that Kai is floating in space right now. She's not dead, but she's floating in her suit in space. And anyway, so I would print this suit for my wife if she would dress up as a Spartan for me. I also am gonna print that helmet someday just so I have it because she's 100% my favorite Spartan. Anyway, that's why I've got her in my locker here. I wear this armor at night when I play with Mike. Because not a lot of people see me, or I mean, everybody who watches Mike knows that I play, but with him. But I try to wear that one because I don't want to take away from Mike being awesome, like in his own. Like that's his place. He has his like. I think he's calling his followers forgers now because he's Foam Forge cosplay, and he calls sometimes he refers to his space as the Forge, and then you collect cinders, which are that's what we collect here is awesome. His is cinders. Anyway, it's super cool, and anyway, you know what I'm saying. I try not to be myself in his stream. I show up as just John. Maybe that's stupid, but it's important to me.
It's not stupid.
I just try to like help, but
Yeah,
also
you stage presence when you're playing with him.
yeah, right. Like I don't want to. I know it's not me. Like it's not my time to shine. It's his time to shine, and I just like to hang out with him. I guess so. It's kind of like that. Yeah. You ready to fuck some shit up, Kevin? I'm not sure if he said sure or if his like cell phone buzzed on the table.
I think he said sure.
It was so like I did not realize the stream had lagged. I was seeing an empty chair. Yeah, sorry, buddy. The chair is not empty. We are here. All right, here we go. We've got space, Nikki, if you want to play. You are welcome to join us. Nikki had her face work done today.
I did.
Just imagine there's like a doctor. He's standing on her forehead with one foot. You know, there's a he's standing on a pry bar with the other foot, like holding her mouth like open, and then he's got like another dentist is in there like working.
And it wasn't a drill, it was just straight up jackhammer.
Oof, sounds terrible. I
Not bad. I almost fell asleep, if I'm being honest.
nope.
Dying
They
industry is coming.
robot face Kevin.
It's actually they're saying it's going to be faster and less pain and better done.
Interesting.
They're
Oh,
they're testing it right now.
that reminds me, Installation 00, if you're still watching, I sent you a reel somewhere. Might have been Instagram, could have been Tech Tech. Anyway, I sent you a reel, and it was of biofoam. Like, you could buy it in a spray can, and you can shoot it in your body or on your wounds, and it will, like, gel up in foam and prevent any further bleeding or damage until you can get to, like, I saw that shit the other day on a reel, and I was like blown away. I was like, where was that when we were dying in Iraq, right? Where was that? Now you could get it. That's cool shit.
5
That's
years
really
ago,
cool.
I think I saw when they first offered it.
That's so fucking cool. I didn't know that shit was real, and then I saw that and I was like, oh my god! Fucking neat. Slayer!
There's contact lenses that allow you to see in the dark right now.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
In fact, when you put them in, you close your eyelids.
Installation 0 says, annoyingly, those kind of things have existed for decades, and we're just now getting the practical use and benefit of them.
I just zapped the guy dead with a grenade.
Nice. Right side, Kevin, in the garage. Oh, 2 here, 3 here. 2 upstairs on sniper, 1 in the end of the street. I'm on my way to you. I'm just saying, it's still pretty cool that you can just squirt that shit on yous. And, you know. Be all foamed up. Commando. Coil. One here. Fucking goddamn it. He's weak. Never mind, he's dead. I got him. 1 green tent, green tent. 2 green tent, 2. Don't press me. I got commando. I'm dead. More the stabilizer than a fix. Yeah. I mean, it's still cool as shit.
I completely agree. But that's just how it would differentiate from Metagel.
Over here.
Fuck, 3 right there. 3? Well, it's just you and me. We're not talking to them. That makes more sense. Be smart, Johnny. Oh, it's also warm up. Did you pull those guys down? Or are they still... Burp, burp.
VK-78 just feels so nice.
Yeah, it do. Oof.
S7 inbound. Gain the lead.
You gonna kill that guy or what?
Lost the lead.
I'm dead. It's stuck on a rock? That was weird. Oh.
Lead.
I need someone to come and reset my back. That's what I need. The ultimate back reset. Would be really nice.
They're on me.
Shit, and I fell down. They're pushing, pushing sniper. I got 2 pushing now. They're gonna get it. I got no play. Traded with the sniper, they're still gonna get it. That's right, that gives us play at overshield here. We got one. Oh, no, he's not AFK, he's here now. One there.
Enemy halfway to victory. Overshield available.
Coming to you.
It's not overshield.
I have overshield.
I know, but the spawning location.
Oh, they're spawning there. Okay, gotcha. Overshield's broken now. Feels bad, man.
Nice shot.
I'm dead. 2 out there, too. Pushing backwards over a bin? What? We need to teach you some special stretches to help your back. Yeah, that's true. What I also need is I need somebody who can, like, pop all of the joints, all of the back. Like, pop it. I need to be reset. Like, have a new back. I need Dr. Crusher to replicate me an entirely new back and then swap it out with the old one. So I have no back degeneration. That would be nice. Mm-hmm. Halsey could do it too. It doesn't matter. Random, you know, random super scientist, smart doctor, enhancement lady. Need new back. Signed, Spartan John. Oh, also please and thank you.
S7 available.
Let Dr. Crusher blow out my back. That's not what I said. I can slap you around a bit if you want. That's not what I asked for, but, I mean, if it makes you feel better. I bet
So it's
you...
not about.
No, it's not about any... It's literally about Spartan John needs a new back. Getting you a chair that encourages correct posture may also help. I love this chair.
It is a nice chair.
It's very comfortable. Oh, that guy feels bad, dude.
Yeah, but you're not using the backrest at all.
No, I'm not. I'm not currently using the backrest at all. I could use the... I could sit back in the chair and be more, you know... Does the chair come? No, the chair does not have a bucket attached to it.
Oh, bullshit.
You're right, Kevin. I should totally have a shit
I'm
bucket
sorry.
attached to my chair. I know, no,
no,
it's
no,
okay. No, you're fine, Kevin. I was just kidding. Let's get him. We lost. Oh, we tied? Okay. Interesting. Interestingly enough, we're gonna tie here.
Wow, that's very interesting.
I'm gonna cheese it now. Is that about? Is there a bad luck service related or from bad posture? A bad back service? I have no idea. What I would tell you is I don't feel like my posture is terrible, but I have degenerating spine issues, and it's like, So, when I finally got a muscular and skeletal doctor from the VA, she said, she asked me a bunch of questions, and she did this, like, we did this, these stretches and stuff, and she, just trying to cover the most obvious. Inversion therapy every day to help the fluids return to your joints. Yeah, we talked a little bit about that. She did not impress inversion therapy upon me. But anyway, the story goes that I finally talked to her. We sat down and I did like this like motion. She like looked at all my motion, had me do all these things, tested my strength and stuff like this. And she's like, you are further. You are further. She's like, you're more mobile and flexible than most people already. And she was like, so you're complaining about not being as flexible as you were. And she's like, but on the whole, you're more flexible than most other people. Which I thought was kind of fucked up, actually, because I was like, well, why are we gauging what I am compared to other people when we should be gauging what I am compared to what I was? Which I think is a big problem with some of the VA medical stuff in the first place. But anyway, she found out that I was no longer able to have children. And because of that, she was like, well, that makes me happy because now I can give you all of the x-rays. So the good news is that she ran me through like 28 x-rays. Several of my spine, the inside of my hips. She got to look at every single thing on my body that we're complaining about, looking at all the bones and the joints and all the things. And
John is a wacky, waveable, inflatable arm flailing tube man. Confirmed.
There you go. Lol. Anyway. We did the things, and she came back and she said, you have degenerating spinal conditions, in your upper back, your middle back, and your lower back. And she was like, and they're all separately degenerating differently. Not all consistently the same.
Kypholiosis, scoliosis. So it's kyphosis and scoliosis, which is a leaning and a twisting in my back, to such a degree that I am disabled.
That's rough.
I'm federally disabled because of the degree of what I have.
Dude, that sucks, Kevin. I'm sorry about that. Oh yeah, that reminds me, because the way that I say sorry, I remember that last time we were doing reading day, we spoke a little bit about why some people came and watched The Awesome on reading days. And I would like to tell everybody that's watching, who's part of The Awesome, part of the Discord, part of all the things, I would love to compile a list of words that you guys think that I pronounce funny, because I'd like to read them. And I would love to talk to people like Martin live so I can hear somebody else pronounce them while you know, I mean, Kevin, you can laugh. You could just be the laugh track in the back, giggling. You know, you just be here in the channel live, giggling at us pronouncing words differently. But
there's web resources that will actually give you proper enunciation if you want to really
yeah,
dive into it.
aluminum. Yeah, that's what I said. Aluminum. What's up? What's up?
Just that it's aluminium.
It's aluminum. Aluminum. That's like saying that color is color with a U. It's not. It's COLOR. Learn how to spell. Listen.
It's proper English. They spell a few things differently.
Aluminum. There you go. I like Fox's better. Aluminum. Hey Woofy, I see you. Aluminum. I love it.
Grand Prix always makes
Moist.
Try to freak somebody out because it's just a word.
Somebody asked me in the chat to say it, so
Oh.
I'm just making sure that I say it, you know, because they asked me to do it.
Well, can you use it in a sentence for Jimmy now?
Oh, the cake was so moist.
Slayer.
You overpronounced the T. You can bitch about anything.
I should send you the. Have you ever seen that Silent Letter Day skit? Where we pick one day a year where all the silent letters are pronounced.
Oh, good
Like
lord!
Like a cadet, yeah.
I can taste it. GG's. Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Jimmy. Oh, we got cat ears. They arrived because Kevin summoned them with his cat ear hatred. It's one shot, by the way.
Just killed the other player.
He got me center. Down below, jump.
Gained the lead.
God darn it.
I'm dead. One at tower, bell tower, clock tower. One below it as well. Dude made the mistake of shooting at my body after it fell.
Are you kidding me? Down below clock tower.
Boom Legion.
Ooh, thank you.
Acquisition.
Oh, one more there. One back there in that corner. Behind you, Woofy. He's not gonna know. I own a cat ear tiara, but cat ears aren't my vibe. I mean, that's cool. Like I said, I got him because, there's one in the bar. Cat tiara sounds amazing.
And I want to.
I believe you.
I have a collection somewhere. I think it's in the storage unit, though.
Why do I gotta suck so bad today? I'll warm up eventually. Christ. I got the right sticks on. Fox ears that I bought to wear to a con. I believe that. Blue fox ears? Somehow I would have expected you to have, I would have expected you to have bell tower one. Like red, maybe, or green. Saw it. One on me. One on my ex. One here.
Requisition.
Got him.
Critical says they're dead. Enemy halfway to victory.
Oh, one inside palm. One inside palms. I used to have red hair for many years. That's fair. Many.
Or bell tower.
Bell
Bell
tower.
top bell tower.
No eyes tower. Still no eyes tower. I'm in control. Got one here.
Lead.
One here. Just had one bail out the back door, and I exterminated him as he fell down. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. One on me. I missed him when I shot him, and then he killed me, because I suck. I'm in the bar. Oh, two at palms.
Hey, nice shot.
I damn it, missed it. One in the palm. One in palms. Oh. Oh shit, one on me in the end of the plaza. Am I catching up with myself? Oh no. I'm 7 and 11. Not nearly as good as the restaurant chain either. No rolling hot dogs for sale here.
Not that you're aware of.
One on me. One on me. Right? I'm not rolling my hot dog around for sale, I'll tell you that.
No, I can't imagine Lana would let you do that.
My wife absolutely loved your clip from yesterday, by the way.
I figured she would, but it was Jimmy's clip. I just sent it to her.
Yeah, I know. I told her, I went in and I was like, hey, by the way, don't double kill in here. I told her I was like, hey, by the way, if Nikki sent you a clip, you should definitely not watch it. And then she went and watched it, and I was like, she looked at me like,
Bell tower.
she looked at me and she was like, are you fucking serious? And I was like, yeah, it's funny, isn't it?
Requisition.
Oh, I'm dead.
She married you for a reason. She knew what she was in for.
That's what I tell her all the time. I'm like, you did this to you, not me. And she made me wait, too. I asked her to marry me, like, so many times before she was finally like, okay.
Oh, I remember.
Boom Legion.
She made you work.
She did, and then she's like, well, you know,
Victory.
I finished it for us, boys. I finished it. I hunted them down like dogs and finished it. Yeah, she's got no excuse. She knew. She really did know by the time it happened.
Yeah.
I tell her all the time that it's like that it was like when Sloth met Chunk. She just looked at. I was like, "Ugh," and she was like, "You're gonna come and live with me now." Except I already bought a house, so she's. But you know what I'm saying. That's what I say it was like.
Kinda.
I would say that I was the one that was the idiot. Definitely. I was painting her in the light that she's like the savior.
Of course.
Yeah, yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna take the dog out. I will be back in like 5 minutes.
Nice. You take that dog out.
I will.
Don't let your dog pull you on the ground onto your swollen, like, fresh face. Don't do that.
Oh.
Yeah.
I wanted to rub some dirt in it though.
But seriously, though, I was at the baseball game the other day, and they left a young kid with a bigger dog, and then a more bigger dog came running from somewhere else. And then that
Wow.
dog, like, ran off with kid in tow, like, dragging her across the concrete. I was inside the baseball diamond watching coaching kids, so it wasn't like I could just turn around and save her or nothing. But, man, that was...
But you want to.
Man, that was rough. Wow, we just got dudes just dropping hot on us all of a sudden. Just dudes. Who are the dudes? Who are all the dudes that dropped on us? Well, interesting. Who are the dudes? If that's what's gonna happen, then we have to change playlists to John reports remaining men 10-4. John reports remaining men 10-4. Interesting. Oh, no. Team squad battle. That puts us in squad battle, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Oh, John reports raining men. Oh, okay. I did read it wrong. Sorry. The reading brain is now tired for the day. Too much reading. Oh. Hey Siri, what's the score of the Mariners game?
The Mariners-Orioles game is scoreless in the top of the second inning.
New printing coming to the stream soon. My big printer will be on its way back. Maybe, well, after baseball season ends, so I'll have enough time to go pick it up. It's my Anycubic Cobra 2. The one that, my Max, the big one that printed all of the Legends Chief armor. It's been reworked. It's got a whole bunch of new goodies that have been attached to it by a friend of mine who does engineering things. And she's going to teach me how to use it because it's going to be all new to me when it comes back. It'll be similar but different. I should be able to print a helmet in like a day with it. I'm really excited. Fox, it is so good to see you in my stream, by the way, today. I appreciate you for coming by. How is life with you?
Old school simplicity. More kills, more better.
Yeah, sure. Let's go, dude.
On wheels.
Don't kill us. That guy's gonna kill us. Woofy. Woof, 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 woof. Come here, buddy. Somebody want a gun for me? How did... Excuse me? I'm very sick today, so I have nothing else to do. Well, I am sad that you are the sick. I'm gonna pretend like nothing else to do didn't hurt my soul a little bit. I mean, you know, because I would hope that you would just come because you love us. I'm just giving you a hard time. I hope you're giggling a little bit. I know that I get to interact with you in really great ways that I'm sure are unique, and I appreciate them. Every day, it's not every day, but regularly, you always try to show up for the reading. I appreciate that. I was saying that it's not every day, but very regularly, if I'm having a rough day, you always seem to find the right day to send me something that will make me smile or make me giggle, will pick me up when I need it the most. I don't know how you do it. I appreciate it. It's a really, really cool thing that you do. Give me that. I have a BR. I'm not gonna go take that guy on. He already killed me once with that.
Our weapons en route.
How did we not kill that guy right there? Oh my god, how did we not kill that guy right there? Okay, back to the front, Woofy. Back to the front. Get ready to roll back to the back in a minute. Oh, feels bad, dude. Great job, dickbag. Bail, we're dead. I'm dead too. Sorry, Woofy. I'm an empath. I know you are. I'm just saying, it's crazy. It's crazy to me. And I don't even have to talk to you, and you know, that's what's crazy. I mean, it's crazy awesome, but I'm just saying, you know. It's definitely a gift. Piece of candy? No, piece of crap. Piece of candy? Take it. Oh my, oh, okay. I don't need that then. Get 'em! How did he... Okay. I'm so confused. Dude's on my X 1 week under the bridge. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass, and I'm homebound. See ya. How already is it dead? What? There's a redeem karaoke?
Sorry, I'm
No. What happened, Kevin?
sniper rifle and they want me to jump on back.
Oh, okay.
Portable blackouts on hand.
What's this about a redeem karaoke?
5
It's
minutes.
I was just like apparently Fox was interested in is there a redeem karaoke? Or she said there is a redeem karaoke. Period. Because she heard me karaokeing just now.
You do tend to do that.
Yeah, the penguins on the iceberg. They get me sometimes. Oh, that guy got... Feels bad, man.
You guys are kicking our ass.
Well, Woofy's not being a terrible driver at the moment. Come on out. Come on, poke your head. There you go. That was not smart of you.
Nice shot. Power items on the way, Spartan.
Do 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 do. And I'm killing dudes. Do 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 do.
Power items available.
That guy's dead. That guy survived, unfortunately. That guy's gonna die though. Maybe. That guy's gonna get us, maybe. Nope. Okay. He's dead. Every time that corner right there gets you. Every time. Gets me too. One here. Try to just keep going. Over here. That was a poor choice. That was a poor choice. One to win. I believe it's one to win. Yeah, it is. It was a win. It was a win. I'll win, I'll win, I'll win.
You almost sound surprised.
I'm not. No. No. Just trying to sound excited about it. You know, I will always want to be excited about wins. Even if we get used to them, we want to still be excited every time we win. It's important. What does Vin Diesel say? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning.
I mean, that's fair.
Jetpack Shay, what's up, man? How'd I do driving? You did great, Woofy. Let's do it. More. Sag face. Come on. There we go. Here we go. We got a game. Yay, game. All right, what's everybody doing this afternoon? There's no hockey tonight.
Chapter today.
Oof, I didn't hear any of that.
Said I'm rewriting a chapter in my book today.
Rewriting?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I came up with a new plot hook that's gonna fit into these better, but I have to rewrite them for it to make sense.
People en masse hanging out at Best Buys to try to buy a Nintendo Switch too.
Oh yeah, that's happening today.
I
For
saw
sure.
that this morning. I saw that this morning at Target in Gig Harbor.
Slayer.
Top of the third, the Mariners and the Orioles are tied 0-0. John, we have armadillos in our garden. What?
To win it, Slayer. Just kill the other player.
And Woofy crashed. No, Woofy, no. Kevin!
Hey, Jimmy.
Oh no,
Didn't get it.
Kevin!
I tried. I was on him a lot. But
I know, it's okay. I'll come and get you with another one in a minute. Piece of candy.
Power items incoming. Critical says they're dead. We got power items.
Damn, that was cool. Feels bad, man.
You are so much better than them.
Here we go. Here we go.
Gain the lead.
Ooh, wow, okay.
Pinch, huh?
Power items on the way, Spartan. Halfway to victory.
Here we go. This is fun. Oh, feels bad, man.
Clean the grip.
Nice. They know better than to come out.
Another one down. Powerful stuff coming from who knows where. We've lost a teammate.
What happened?
Oh, I did. I tried to
Power items in play.
grapple through a doorway and ended up getting stuck.
Oh no.
Nearing victory.
Oh, I got that one in me. That sucked. Can't be the best always, I guess.
And it's more fun when you give the enemy false hope.
That guy just run into the smoke with a hammer and murdered me. That was no good.
Minutes remaining.
Thanks for the hammer, dude. Surprise. Surprise.
Kill.
I still have 60% left in this. Surprise.
Critical says
I have a surprise for you as well. Bonk.
spree. Double kill.
I almost feel bad for these dudes. Oh yeah, come here, buddy. Bonk. Thanks for the hammer. Now my hammer is full again. What a magical gift. You just let me loose in your base with an additional hammer. Great job, dude. Bonk. Bonk. Get this guy too. Bonk.
By one.
Jimmy!
Puppy!
Did you enjoy me running around with a bonk stick just then?
I did. Hang on. There it is. Stream delay, you know.
Mm. Guys, I need to get some coffee, and I need to pee. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. Watch the chair.
Hello, Awesome. It is me, the Chair, professional gamer. I just want to let you all know. It's not John actually using the controller. I'm winning these games. He just likes to commentate. I'm the real MVP.
Chair, how does it feel that John can't rely on you because he won't sit back?
I'm okay with it. I get to cup his shapely buttocks on the daily. It's a trade-off.
Fair, it's fair.
He says he wears flannel for his wife and his team, but secretly he does it for me. He knows I like it.
It's not a secret.
Well, obviously, I'm chair. Boop, boop, boo, doo, 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 doo. Thank you for calling Oni HR. Please stay on the line, and the next available Spartan will be available to help you.
What'd I miss? What'd I miss?
Nothing.
Nothing. Oh, okay.
I mean, just the chair. The chair missed you.
The chair.
Chair. MVP. Chair.
Mm-hmm. The chair's life is to be depressed. Without me, it cannot be depressed. Or would that be oppressed?
I mean, it's kind of both, maybe?
Aluminum.
Succulent.
Worcestershire sauce.
Gubernatorial.
Only hours. Do they just send a bomb to your location? What do you mean? Aluminum. Yep. No, 100%. Yeah. I'm from the UK and I mispronounced that word. Don't sweat it. Oh, wash your sister sauce? It's like 15 million ways to say it. Worcestershire sauce.
Exactly. Who can say which way is truly the right way?
It's definitely Worcestershire because
I don't know. But Wash Your Sister sounds more appropriate to me.
Sweet home
I know, but
Alabama.
Worcestershire is it makes installation ooh like it's like dragging nails across his chalkboard. It's my favorite. Worcestershire.
Sure.
What the hell just happened there? Some dickbag grabbed the overshield from me is what happened. And then I died.
There's a guy in our base. He's dead. Guy on our ramp.
Yoink, I'm dead.
Did they steal our tank? They stole our tank.
I have no idea.
Yep, one on our flag.
Take us down.
Eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
Truck incoming, get out of the way.
Enemy captured your flag.
Yeah, I knew they were coming with their truck.
Carrier kill. They've taken our flag. The enemy carriers revealed themselves. Carrier kill.
There's one on me.
Ooh.
Oh, there. Oh, you guys, you assholes blew up the tank. I was using it, you butt bags. Bags of butts. That's right, you heard it.
Butt bags. I haven't heard that in a long time.
Just bags of... Yeah, you get all the good ones here. All of the old, like, dadisms, you get them here.
Our equipment is available.
I'm gonna take this overshield. Then I'm gonna stuff the sword up a dude's ass. It's gonna be neat.
On our flag. There you go.
No! I had an overshield. That's bullshit. The first guy didn't even, like, clash with me. I should have had one free, like, you can't kill me, you son of a bitch. No! Okay, maybe that sounded a little, like, entitled. Perhaps. Just a bit.
It's okay, it's just a first world problem.
I'm
On our flag
gonna...
again.
I'm gonna stab some assholes. Ring! Ding 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 ding. Oof! How did I not kill anyone right there? That is... I'm so confused. I'm dead. What does the fox say?
What?
Let's just try to pronounce
Oh,
some
we stuck it to
cities and
you.
towns from Massachusetts. I mean, it's hard to even pronounce Massachusetts. No, that is garbage. John out here defining. So, what?
I meant to do that.
I lost the plot. Oh no.
Carrier kill. Flag drop. Alright, on the field. Go get it.
Stabbing dudes. Nope, I'm dead.
Putting it in them.
I was trying to install sword into man.
Overshield coming from the left.
Flags
It did not work. I'm going to try to install Overshield into Overshield. Overshield installed sword into my body, actually. That's how that went.
Oh, I fucked that up. Gonna win it. Let you know.
Well, good. Then I'm just gonna back into the pit. Try flipping it to see if it goes in. That was one of the Halo games of all time. That's all I'm going to say about that. One of them. Yeah, I'm going to try to have a better one now because reasons. Hey, Jimmy. We're playing hockey tonight?
Maybe?
I coaxed my wife into the possibility of suffering through the Home Depot with me this evening so I can go get some blueberry trees so I can plant them along the rest of my fence line.
Oh, nice.
Yep, because I love growing my own shit and I love blueberries. Good God, blueberries are the best ever. Oh my God. So good. Especially when you grow them yourself. Then they're even more better. My strawberries that I planted in the hillside provided us 4 ripe strawberries the other day.
Castle Wars.
It's not bad.
Just, I didn't do shit except plant them out in the yard and let them, like, come back this year. So, happy about that.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Thinking about planting rhubarb out in my front yard. I don't think the dogs will eat it.
Do you have deer where you live?
We do, but they can't get inside of my fence. Why?
Oh.
Do
But I don't
deer
know if
like
that's
rhubarb?
fenced in yard or not. Deer on my house do.
It's interesting that deer can eat the rhubarb and not die.
Super deer.
That's what I call my wife, super deer.
Active camo guy just took it, popped it, and then left me to fight the dude.
Actually, I actually call her Wonder Woman, and then she looks at me like, how did that guy beat both of us? That's exactly how she looks at me. I just got my first blackberry harvest recently. That is awesome! 4 strawberries is good. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know. Like I said, it was several plants that we planted out there.
Overshield on our flag.
Overshield on the flag, Roger.
Broke him. He's down below on the left in our base.
Oh, fuck. That was the competitive tools of accidents.
Just tried to coil me.
Yeah.
Nope, 2 on our base.
Rhubarb leaves are poisonous, but they likely just eat the stems. Oh, okay. I love rhubarb. My favorite pie is strawberry rhubarb.
Because it's the best pie.
I believe it is also best pie.
Wow. Still a dude in our fucking base. At the front door.
Where I've got a recipe for a rhubarb cake that is also to die for.
Rhubarb cake.
Yeah.
Rhubaba kuchen?
Barbara?
Dude, I love the Barbara's rhubarb bar. This is my favorite. I have a German friend. I have many German friends, but one of them in my chat specifically, we we share memes. Mostly that's the one that we share back and forth is the Barbara's Rhubarb Bar. And her rhubarb barbarians.
Overshield inbound.
Apple rhubarb can be really tasty as well. Okay.
Flag dropped.
We only have 15 minutes left in the... What happened to the awesome today? It just blew by us.
Enemy captured your flag.
Was it too awesome? Is that what happened?
Would you say today's stream was a quickie?
Oh, I mean, it was a 4 hour. You could call it quick, but 4 hours is a long time. I mean,
Yeah, does anyone really want it to last for 4 hours?
4 hours is such a long time that, even baseball has put a time limit on how long it takes for a baseball game to end. So, if 4 hours is like, that's a NASCAR event still, I think is probably 4 hours on a good day.
I mean, yeah, if it's 4 hours, you're supposed to consult your doctor, right?
No, it's, is it 4 hours?
Yeah, it is.
Wow, okay. There you go.
If it lasts more than 4 hours, you need to consult a physician.
All right. Well, yeah. Then I guess you're not right. Time flies when you're having fun. That is contributive to both conversations that we're having together at the moment. If your fun consists of time, if your fun lasts more than 4 hours on a regular basis, you should consult your physician to make sure that your heart is healthy. Are you kidding me? Oh, I did just buy cheese this morning, but guess what I did not do? I did not bring it out to the Spartan space for the snack. Son of a bitch. It's alright. It's alright. He had a broner for 4 hours. I have a story about something similar to this from my youth, but I won't tell it on the awesome. You can hear it after the awesome is over in the Discord. There's an incentive to join. Most of my closer friends have already heard this story several times. Oh. Oh my god. A Ford dealership just called me and left me a message. My watch just reminded me that it happened. They're trying to sell me a Bronco.
Ah. They realizing they want your business after all.
Would like to communicate with you via text.
It's a bot. Robot car salesman. Salesperson, sorry.
Yeah, I'm really curious about what their what they're trying to do. Like if they're trying to get back to me on one of the Broncos that I was interested in that maybe still hasn't sold, or yeah, I'm kind of sort of curious, but at the same time, I've already brought up Broncos, so it'd be only educational and only a like to waste some time kind of thing at this point. So
Capture the flag.
Oh yeah, you can do 50 on this one.
capture the flag. Here we go, guys. Let's do it. Let's do it. Somebody remind me, I need to order a new Elite controller. This one is starting to experience stick drift. And it's not the good.
What's up, Woofy?
Woof woof.
Hey, John.
Yes, sir.
Don't forget to order a new Elite controller.
Are you just gonna tell me that now?
Sorry.
That's fair.
Sorry.
I asked for it. You did exactly what I asked you to do. I feel like I'm running through sand when we're on the big version of this because it
Really
takes
a
so
race
long to
driver, I
get
guess I'll focus
anywhere.
on somebody else's. Oh, nice.
Can you repulse a tank shell?
Oh, maybe?
Oh shit, he's already on me.
Kevin says no.
Kevin says no.
Oh, yes,
So-
you can!
It was still our raid.
And I killed the tank.
Camo's
Or I killed someone
on
next to
Woofy.
the tank with the tank shot.
Nice
Oh,
job,
you're on our
Jimmy.
raid right now.
Here to test these things for you.
Really?
Let's do it
Did-
in ways that make us feel good.
Tank, tank, tank!
Classy, New Mombasa. Flag return. Taking our flag. Enemy
Is he
flag
just throwing it into our ramp to get kills?
Dynamo grenades obtained. Flag return.
Fuck!
In our cave.
I'm dead.
Right cave by our base. One.
Dumbtown. You can always go to Dumbtown.
Power weapons. Let's go.
Alright, the raid's down. He's
Oh, one in our base.
so good though,
Dumbtown.
somebody can get in it.
Where Johnny goes
down,
to
top middle,
die. Dumbtown.
They have our flag. Take it back. Active camo available.
Hey, they just got camo again.
Dun 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 dun.
Sniper on the right somewhere?
Seriously. Oh, start. Let's start.
Ghostbuster battle on the left.
Yeah, we got them all entertained back here.
One in the arch.
I'm dead. Damn. Dun 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 dun. Commando.
Available.
I should have wasted those.
Sniper's up.
I will be excited about the sniper after I'm respawned from this death. Because right now, this is like live, die, repeat to me. Except there's no pretty girl. You could be the pretty girl if you want, Jimmy. You could be Emily Blunt's
gets here.
character. He ain't coming back today. He's tired.
Out there.
I'm getting shoved. I'm getting pushed. They put me in a corner, Jimmy.
A banshee.
And then they Robocopped me.
Nobody puts Johnny in a corner.
All you need is kill. Yeah. Well,
It's about to blow up.
she was a blonde in, Oh, and you thought you were gonna get that shit, didn't you, you dummy? We're gonna go see about...
Jack our Banshee. What happened?
Oh.
Glad there's no fall damage. Bam! I can't believe that worked.
Who's beeping me? Oh, it's Woofy. Changing seats midair.
I can't do anything. I don't have a driver, and it wouldn't let me store this damn thing.
Oh, I'm dead.
I had the wrong hog to stow it on.
Stuck me on the middle hill.
Enemy flag returned.
All you need is love.
Skewer inbound.
I'm gonna get a tank. I'm gonna wreck some dudes with the shit.
Couple guys
It's
tucking
gonna
blue.
be awesome. You don't even know.
Look there. An enemy flag
Oh shit. This is not good. Wait, you gotta get him.
shots. They should have stood in front of a vehicle with a gun.
He's just hiding in the cave. In the cave. Whoever's in the tank, he's in the cave.
He's behind the cave now.
Flag returned.
That's because he's in the trees back by our spawn.
One here.
Yep, that's him.
He's back in the cave again.
Dig.
Pelicant is dead.
But I can't think.
Power items incoming.
Still one hiding over here. He's dead.
Go get him.
He got bamboozled.
Killing spree.
Somebody want to go press the flag?
Not really my thing, but I guess I'll try.
I suppose. Right side crouched under the pelicant. He's dead.
Oof.
I'll stun you.
Get it, Woofy. I don't know how I died and Woofy survived, but I'll
Touched
take
it.
it.
Alright, gotta help our flag guy.
Touched the butt.
Over this way.
Got it.
Win.
5 minutes remain.
Go take it, take it, take it. Don't touch the butt. I'm dead.
Oh god.
Excuse me, I'm gonna touch the butt real quick.
Spoilers for the book. Tom Cruise is in it. Is Tom Cruise is in the book? Sweet.
Flag on our side. They're on the
Flag
rock
on our
there.
side, Roger, on the way. OTW.
Two returning.
Couldn't get there in time. Not fast enough.
What? I can't believe they got that shit returned.
Skewer inbound.
Skibbity doo dah, skibbity dah.
John is a sausage.
Skewer available. Active camo available.
Somebody want to pull the flag? I'm on the way with a hog. Somebody want to get here and drive a hog, maybe? Oh, never mind. I'm the dead.
The big dead.
Oh yeah, I died big time.
Throw it. You got to, guys.
We're in your base.
And then they ain't got shit.
Clear.
They ain't got
Got two of
shit
them out of the
on
base for
me.
you.
They ain't got the shit on me.
There we go. There we go. We got this one.
Power weapons. Let's go.
Oh, good.
Excuse me.
You still have a soul.
I do, yes, thank you.
Ooh. Got my face sniped off.
Flag captured.
Alright, let's not let him hit us with the counter.
Oh, whoa, sniper right side. Thank you. Thanks, boat. I appreciate you. Saving my soul, people. Save my soul.
Active camo in.
Save my life. I'm going down for the last time. Take that.
Camo available.
This out here. Where the hell did that shot come from? Away the hell over there, huh? Alright. Well, this is going to be the last match of the awesome, because we're already 4 hours into this thing in like 2 minutes. I can't believe it's happened so fast today. Still 2 in this cave. One here.
Flags in allied hands. We have eyes on the enemy flag. Skewer inbound. Up with their
I died. We are returning.
Skewer available. 1 minute remaining. Enemy flag returned.
Damn it, he's one shot.
Shit.
Might get the lift, get him.
Carriers reveal themselves.
One on our flag.
That's looking good.
Enemy flag.
Another one
carriers
behind
spotted.
you. Another one on 2 on our flag.
Seconds remaining. Look
Got a
there,
bird.
An enemy flag carrier.
Nice. Well, that just saved the whole game.
Flag returned.
Uh-huh.
Don't dawdle. Bring it home. You're exposed, partner.
Christ! No, just... God damn it. How do you stow it? Can you stow the the flag on the back of the mongoose?
Yeah, somebody has to carry it.
Somebody has to carry. It's not like the Razorback where you can just stow it on the hitch and drive.
No.
I tried.
Rough.
I was hoping. I was just
Man, you crushed it.
trying my best. Damn. Good game, guys. Good game. Went out on a loss. What a bummer. Oh well.
The only thing you can stow is the power pack things.
On the mongoose?
Mongoose.
Oh, yeah, no.
On,
On the Razorback, you can put the flag on the trailer hitch on the back. So you can run in with a Razorback, get out, grab the flag, stow it, and then drive yourself out. On the Razorback, you can. I thought you could stow on the Mongoose as well, but I guess you can't. Well, guys, that's it. It was awesome. It's 4 hours and 1 minute on a Thursday. Hey, tomorrow I won't be here. I'll be golfing. Johnny boy, have a great rest of your awesome day. Catch you on the next stream. Yeah, that'll be on Tuesday, Scott. I'll be around on Saturday. Well, Saturday I'll be around late because we have a double header for Jack. And then Sunday I will be around mostly all day. And you'll see me again to streaming on Tuesday because tomorrow I'm going to go play some golf with my friends. Nice weather. It's a good thing to buy a new controller. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Boat. I will try to get one ordered. Yes, just to remind you. Yeah, no, I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I love golf. You know, you guys know me. It's nice. It's summer. It's supposed to be like 80 degrees tomorrow, so I'm gonna go get sunburned to golf 18 holes. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Thanks for everybody hanging out, enjoying the first couple of chapters of the new book. And hope you guys enjoy that. Catch us next week for another installment of that. I won't melt or burn, I promise. And let's see. Yeah, that's it. Go Mariners. Currently down. I don't know what the score was when. Let me see here. They're down. Nope, they're tied. Bottom of the fifth, 1-1. So go Mariners. I'll be listening to that right away. I'm gonna go find out what my wife's got going on, and then I'll be around here playing some hockey, hopefully with Jimmy later. And Tamoose if he shows up. He did show up on Tuesday, but we were playing Halo with Mike, so anyway, guys, that's it. Have a great day, an awesome day. I'm awesome, you're awesome, be awesome, stay awesome always. And we'll see you here in the Spartan Space, which is this great place that is represented digitally on the Discord. You got to join it. It's always awesome because of you. All right? Don't forget it. Come back and see us on Tuesday. Here's the heart. What do you got, Jimmy? What do you got today?
Remember, if your broner lasts more than 4 hours, consult your local Spartan John.
Jesus Christ. Thanks, guys. We'll see you next week.